Please welcome.
الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Ya Allah, ya Karim, sesungguhnya kami bersyukur pada pagi ini bagi menyatakan kesyukuran kami di atas kurnia-Mu yang tidak ternilai. Jadikanlah kami hamba-hamba-Mu yang sentiasa bersyukur. Bahawa kami di sini ingin menimbang ilmu yang sangat luas bagi mengembangkan potensi kami sebagai hamba-hamba-Mu yang Engkau ridai. Justru berkatilah dan rahmatilah perhimpunan kami dalam program ini. Gunakanlah kami ilmu-Mu, sinarilah hati-hati kami dengan cahaya hidayah-Mu. Semoga dengannya kami mudah menerima dan menghayati serta mengamalkannya. Allahumma dafi'al bala' irfa'anna hadal waba' wal bala' wal marad wa syada'id wal mihan بلطفك يا لطيف إنك على كل شيء قدير وبالإجابة جدير. اللهم إنا نجعلك في نحور أعدائنا ونعوذ بك من شرورهم. اللهم بدد شملهم وفرق جمعهم وشتت كلمتهم وزلزل أقدامهم واستلد عليهم كلبا من كلابك يا كحار يا جبار يا منتقم يا الله. اللهم يا منزل الكتاب ويا مجري السحاب ويا هازم الأحزاب اهزمهم وانصرنا عليهم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Mr. Amirullah, for the beautiful dua recitation. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and salam Malaysia Madani. A warm welcome to our distinguished and respected guests, Yang Mulia Tengku Zarina Tengku Cik, Chief Executive Officer, Securities Industry Development Corporation, SIDC. Yang berbahagia, Datuk Zain Azhari Mazlan, Executive Director of Corporate Finance and Investments, Securities Commission Malaysia. Ms. Tracy Chen Meekum, Chief Executive Officer and Investment Bank Berhad. Yang berusaha, Ms. Intan Rohani Ramli, Head of Investor Secretariat, Securities Commission Malaysia. Yang berusaha, Mr. Syahrin Sheikh Muhammad, Chief Compliance, Risk and Legal Officer, AHAM, Asset Management Berhad. Mr. Calvin Ho Jin Young, Head of Futures Afin Huang Investment Bank. Yang berusaha, Ms. Sorimah Ramtandi, Head and Director of Innovation, Advisory and Industry Engagement, Securities Industry Development Corporation, SIDC. Yang berbahagia, Professor Dr. Firdaus Abdullah, Dean Faculty of Business and Management. Yang berbahagia, Professor Dr. Muhammad Hussein Ismail, Director Industry Network Center UITM. Yang berbahagia, Professor Nadia Surveyor, Dr. Roswati Ghazali, Deputy Director Division of Industry Relations, Community Alumni and Entrepreneurship, ICARE. Distinguished guests from industry, FBM and UITM top management, lecturers, dear students, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to the Investor Nextgen Capital Market Talent Career Talk. Thank you once again for your wonderful presence for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Nini and I will be your MC for today. And ladies and gentlemen, FBM is proudly announcing to host the Investor Nextgen Capital Market Talent Career Talk. And this initiative is in partnership with the Office of Deputy Vice Chancellor, Industry, Community and Alumni, Sha'Alam, Securities Industry Development Corporation, SIDC, Securities Commission Malaysia, Ministry of Finance MOF, Ministry of Higher Education KPT, Bursas Malaysia, and leading capital market industry players. And the program aims to build capacity and knowledge on capital market and leadership skills among trainees offering job placement opportunities for high-performing graduates. The initiative aimed at enhancing graduate employability and ensuring a sustainable talent pipeline to help ease the shortage of skilled talent in the capital market. Respected ladies and gentlemen, to kick off this morning program, I would like to call upon Yang Berbahagia, Professor Dr. Firdaus Abdullah, Dean Faculty of Business and Management, to convey a few words and remarks. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all of you. Thank you, Manini, OMC, for this morning. Thank you also, Saudara Amirul, for the Dewan recitation. Yang Mulia Tengku Zarina, Chief Executive Officer, SIDC, membahagiakan Sri Datuk Zain, Executive Director, Security Commission Malaysia, Ms. Tracy, Chief Executive Officer, and Investment Bank, and also Ms. Intan Puhanida, Head of Investment Secretariat, Security Commission, yang also Mr. Sharin Said Muhammad, Chief Compliance Risk and Legal Officer, Aham Asset Management, Mr. Calvin Ho, Head of Future, Afin Bond Investment Bank, yang also Sharima Ram Tandin, Head of and Director of Innovation, Advisory and Industry Engagement, Security Industry Development Corporation. Dr. Muhammad Hussain from Director of ICANN, and Associate Professor Sedaya Dr. Osmadi, Deputy Director of ICANN, UiTM Selangor. Distinguished guests from industries, FBM, UiTM Top Management, lecturers, dear students, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillah, today we are here. It's a very important event for the Faculty of Business Management. This is a very exciting week for us, and this is the second edition of our Faculty of Business Management ICANN Week 2023. Our distinguished guests, panel speakers are very excited in fact to see that this hall is being we have almost complete with all the participants. We have about I think this hall can accommodate up to almost 300, and these are students from the various degree programs. These are students who are taking the final semesters the courses, degrees, human source, marketing, entrepreneurships, finance, and so on. Now, just very brief information about the Faculty of Business Management. We are a very huge faculty here. Here we have about only 300 plus students, but throughout the whole system, Faculty of Business Management enrollment, active enrollment currently at 40,000. Biggest faculty in UiTM, and it is also the biggest faculty in Malaysia and probably the world. Number, and we're very active when it comes to our engagement with the industry. At the moment, we have more than 250 plus active industries that we are currently engaged with, and this is one of the results of such engagement. I think in the future we will have more collaboration with various industries, and as what I mentioned, this is a very exciting week for us. For the students, who will get some very insightful, valuable ideas from industries. This is the week where we will have engaged with mostly about 47 industry talks and total participations of students, lecturers, size of this event, and also the number diverse information from the industry experts and various insight into programs and department for this inspirational talks by the CEO of the various industries and also the various industrial panels this morning, for example. And I hope that students and also lecturers alike will benefit from this session. On top of that, we also have commitments. Competition have also the entrepreneurship fair. In general, the practice to make sure that we can produce talents that will be needed by the nation of industry expert panels. The coming programs that from to PhD, very diversified in various fields of business management. And most of our programs are certified, accredited by international institutions, international professional bodies, professional institutes, and also professional associations. And we are working with various industries, the big tech companies, to make sure that our graduates, talent that we produce, will get necessary accreditation from big tech companies, for example, Google, Netflix, or even TikTok, and so on. So we are working towards that. We will embed some of the these industry accreditations, recognitions, programs into our syllabus, so that the talent students we develop would have those necessary accreditation. So our graduates, once they finish the study of Faculty of Business Management, you have at least triple certification from UITM, from professional bodies, and also from industries. So this is one of the events where we get feedback from the industries, and we hope that students will benefit from this, and we hope that we could collaborate more with the industries to get the recognitions, so that this would be, so that we can create job-ready, industry-ready talent. And another important agenda of the faculty is to make sure that we can create more entrepreneurs. We are very aggressive in terms of building more entrepreneurs. Although we have a target set by the ministry where 90% of our students will get employment within 6 months, within 1 year of graduation, but we want to create more employees. We want to create more entrepreneurs. So we'll have entrepreneurship programs at the onset of student enrollment. We have business and also innovation pitching competitions where students will get to win prizes in the form of seed capital injection, so that they can start the business, and we monitor the performance. And I hope that all of you students here, and also lecturer, right? Because lecturer in industry would be the advisors for student business projects, would take up this challenge, because we want to create more student entrepreneurs. We want them to choose entrepreneurships, business, for example, as one of their career options. But then again, as what I mentioned in this ICANN week, we have a lot of industry. We have more than 50 plus companies engaging with us. We hope that all of you take advantage of this. We hope all of you will gain insight into the valuable experience that they will share with you. And we hope that all of you will engage with them, build a network, ask questions, and hopefully they will take you in immediately, hopefully. And this is, of course, one of our very, very important agenda. So with that, sekian wabillahi taufiq walhidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gibran, for the welcoming speech.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good morning, Prof and distinguished guests. To all of you, well done, you are here. I think even when I arrived, I see all of you here. I think that's the first applause that I want to give to you all, that you are on time. Okay. All right, first of all, I'm happy to hear. My name is Intan. I'm representing Security Commissions to take you through the investor program. Maybe if I can give you a quick brief about the program. Okay, so what is invested? Basically, in year 20, now it's 2023, right? Okay, 2022, going to 2024, the next 40 days, I think. Yeah. Okay, in 2022, I think what we did is that we do a engagement with the industry. And one of the challenges the industry highlighted to us is that there are shortage of talent pool. And I was like, I think this is the things that actually take it seriously, because we are trying to build the talent pool for the capital market. And one of the key things that we put forward to get is to raise fund, to apply for fund, to get a fund to actually champion the program. So we receive a fund for the amount of 30 million, which will cover for 3 years. So this is the first year, okay? So 10 million goes to anyone who applied this year. So the objective of the program, basically, we wanted to, number one, to create awareness. Number two, to actually create job placement. And the third one, to develop a talent pool, okay? So we collaborate with the likes of MOHE and MOF. The reason why is that we wanted to having more hits, having more people believe in this program. I think we are able to achieve what we wanted, okay? And the program was launched by our Prime Minister, Dr. Sri Anwar Ibrahim, on in June this year. So that is basically the high level of the program, okay? Okay, so why, in order for you to apply for a fund, or even in order for you to apply for a job, you need to justify, right? So this is one of our data points that we shared during our proposal to get funding for this program. One of the key things that I would like to highlight is that okay, so basically is that if you see, based on Conferry punya data in 2019, Malaysia are still good, meaning all of you are still in Malaysia. Okay, we have enough talent pool, we have enough resources to actually go around. However, after the pandemic, I think one of the things that many face is that it's good for you, but it's bad for a company. Why I say it's good for you? It's good for you because with the pandemic, people are mobile. You can actually working for an American company, but located stationed in Malaysia. So that is the way of how people move around, or the mobility of things. Okay, so this is the concern. By year 2030, Malaysia is predicted to be in a very worrying concern. Okay, where are these talent? Either you go to the border, which is either Indonesia, because right now, if you know Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand is even trying to develop their country, pushing towards what they call professional individuals, white collars and whatnot. So Malaysia is actually, if we don't do anything, if I or any of my colleague doesn't retain you to work for the country, then we will push you to another person. Okay, so that is the first concern that we raised. And this is also one of the recent data. Financial industry are one of the key concerns. We can see in 2023 itself, there are a shortage of 77%, okay, of both combinations of financial and real estate. I'm not looking at real estate, but financial sector itself, they are shortage of talent. So this is why we are here today. We wanted you to understand why capital markets important, per se financial market is important to us. Okay. And I think this is the tracer study that done by MOHE. I think yesterday, based an announcement news by YBN Kalidore, I think what he has said, the talent unemployability have actually decreased from 4.1% have reduced to 3.7% at 20. But however, what he mentioned in the news yesterday, 29,000 students or grads are still unemployed even after they graduate. So this is also a concern. So why is it these people are we are not able to hire what they want to hire, or company doesn't want to hire? Maybe I'm going to do a quick quiz. If anybody can tell me why is it a problem when you apply and go out to apply for a job internship? What are the biggest challenge you are not getting the job? If anybody can answer the question, you'll be given something token. Just answer in your mind. Why do you fail in your interview? That you think as a fresh graduate? Angkat tangan dapat hadiah. Okay, stand up. Experience, correct. So correct, experience. Second one, I want a second answer. Why do you think that you are not able to secure that job as a fresh graduate? Yes? Sorry? Competition, okay. Sorry, and the next one in front of you? Someone angkat tangan? Yeah. Lack of soft skill. Actually, this is what the CEO say. Okay, they don't really look at your management scale. You are fresh graduate, right? Am I right? So the first thing, you are correct. Is about they are looking at do you have an additional skills? Okay, competition not yet. What is your competition is? How do you apply for the job? To the CEO or to the HR? This is what it means. You already pass all your skill or your certification. You already they recognize your qualification. They recognize your major. Doesn't are a problem. But what kind of position that I apply for? The person doesn't even make an effort to know. It's like when you want to date someone, right? I believe you can find out the couple that you have in mind. So it's the same process of applying a job. You need to know about your company. Okay? So as a visual technical skill, which I can provide later, but I have to recognize that she is able as a actually explain about the companies for yourself. And the second one that I would like to highlight, like it or not, whatever you want to different for me, all other languages that I can speak. But going back to normal conversation, English is still English. You can find it around the world. About 6,600 in the world shop section. So most of the companies. This is another data. What is I think I just want to highlight the most your thinking. Okay, planning. Coming and needs, but you have to practice. Okay, and the other things that I would like to also highlight on the right-hand side of the slide is that what are the all from the WHO report, yeah? We can actually go through. I would like to highlight is that transformation specialists. These are the key role, even relationship manager and risk management specialists. So these are the areas that you can actually go. But not to worry, capital market is not just about this. Capital market, they are like any other industry. They have three parts. The first is frontliner, second is main office, and the third backbone. So you are actually able to go any parts of the organization. The only difference is that your familiarity about how do you operate in capital market environment. Okay, but industry is just an industry. Okay. Okay, now let's go into the program. We, as I mentioned just now, is a 3-year program, and every year we will be going out to you. Basically, we will organize 20 Career Talk, Career Fairs, and we also have programs, meaning you able to register for the foundation program, which we have 2 modules, which I'll take you through in a bit, and leadership program. Okay, so you are one of the selected because we cannot cover the entire IPTAs and whatnot. So we're being very selective, and we have selected you as part of this program. These are just some of the and we will go out and reach out to it. People ask me why this is available to all. Can someone answer the question that side? Why do you think that this should be open to all? Anyway, don't worry. Just okay, stand up. Experience is why do you think that how to visualize statistics how to be on for the market and along with recognizing I need to set up
you guys are fresh graduates. You are allowed to make mistakes. I know your parents will scold you, but you are allowed to make mistakes. Okay? Meaning, there are people that I still met that say that they do not know which path they want to go, even though they study engineering and whatnot. I'm not saying that you should do, but this is options. Okay? Capital market is an option of career path. Okay? So when you are still a plain slate of cloth, whatever chora or pattern you want to paint on that bit is all up to you. If you are it's good that you are from finance. Basically, you are just having an extra knowledge of the taxonomy or terminology of financial sectors. Okay, but doesn't mean that if you are engineering or you are medicine, pharmacy, and whatever, you are not eligible to go for this. Okay, I've met people who background is in chemical engineering, which is not related to investment, but because that person are willing to learn, why not? So it's always about you asking yourself, why not trying something different? Education is important, it builds your fundamental, but the next steps is about you looking at what you want to learn and to develop for yourself. Okay, so that's what I say, because I've been to most of the university, they are concerned from the lecturers, the professors, and what. It's like, okay, they are just encouraging finance, economics, and what. There's nothing wrong about these target sectors, yeah. But I also wanted to expand to everybody. This is your first time making that choice. And even you make that mistake, you're allowed to actually take a U-turn, fix it again, and go try again another program. But if you're already 35 or 30 days, I think it's a no-no lah. Your parents or your spouses will kill you and me actually. So I think it's open to all programs, so not to worry about it. The second one is the what we wanted to do is this thing is very super sensitive. Okay. Okay, this is the foundation program that we have. We are offering two foundation programs. Number one is the e-familiarization program for marketing representative. Number two, certified capital market professional. So what is this all program all about? These two programs, the first one is an online self-learning foundation certification. You can take at home or at university, anywhere you want to learn. All you need to do, I'll give you the link later to register online. It will take you 5 minutes. Okay, it is objective questions, and the most importantly, you must open the module. Remember, I think yesterday we had a discussion. How do we know that the student actually go through the program? You know what happened? We are able to see whether you open the modules or not. Because what we saw, some of the students even straight away cuba nak jawab soalan. So do you think this jawab soalan terus boleh gagal ke berjaya? Exactly. Do you know that you have wasted somebody else's opportunity? You have taken the opportunity from someone else, give it to you, and you fail to actually appreciate the opportunity. So these are the things that I hope that you are not like these individuals, where you really go through the foundation program. Okay? So just go through the program, go through the module. I think it's about 9 modules, if I'm not mistaken. Just sit through the program. Okay, EFPMR, it is about the minimum basic understanding of capital market products, services, how do you actually promote capital market, because you need to be trained in the choice of market. So if people ask you, hey, what about how people trade into South Asia, for example, what kind of product they offer, so this is objective first. The second one is certified capital market professional. This is a little bit technical. Why I say that? Because it goes into very governance framework, mostly applicable both to the mid office, front office, and back end. Mostly mid office. So this is actually teaches you in terms of what is the regulatory requirement, what is the governance structure, what is the framework in terms of managing or operational of a capital market products and services. Okay, and this one you will have subjective and objective questions, so not an issue. Okay, so it's just that you need to pick up, and this is taught through webinar. There are somebody there who can guide you, but the thing is that you have to make time. Okay, we and both of the program will be managed by SIDC. My colleague is here. If you have any question, you can actually reach out to the SIDC team to ask how do you actually register this program. It's also very simple. Just go to the website, key in I think about 3 to 5 field of information about your name, your university, your email address, and your contact number. So it should not be difficult. So I need you to register later on this program. Okay? This is, okay, I'm not going to go through this. This is basically, I already summed up just now. Okay, so this is just summary on the CCM event. So as I mentioned here, it opens to all students from here, okay, and anyone can be completed within 2 to 4 months, okay. It depends on how committed you are. Okay, I believe you don't have class every day, right? And if you have class, it's not like a full 8 hours. Like, and if you are failed, as I mentioned, once you fail, you're not able to, there's no retry. You have to apply. And the second time you apply, cheaper. As I said, that is what we are trying to count on this foundations program. Remember, go program especially they recognize all this. Okay, now we go into the a program where we provide 1 month very comprehensive classroom program. So we already have first cohort, and they are right now on their 3rd month in the company. So that is actually how leadership works. Again, the first one is online. The second cohort application will be available here. Hopefully, we will open up somewhere after Raya. Okay, because I know we are waiting still for all of your timetables so that we can look at this program. It's open to all the final year or new to graduates students. Okay, when you submit your application online, what you need to do is to also prepare a video or about yourself for 1 minute. Okay, this is very important. You have to remember all these documents. It doesn't only goes to SC, it also goes to your potential companies. Okay, the capital market industry. So at this point, you really need to prepare a video by yourself. Let me just tell you some tips about video. It doesn't matter whether this program or other program. You need to prepare the video, meaning you have to practice in front of the mirror, or you practice in front of someone else that you know. You have to be able to converse in English. Remember, English is not about perfection, it's about good English. If you do not know how to say it, write it, practice it. Speak like the British way, can I have some coffee, please? No, just speak good English. All right. So that is what I need. And wear properly. No round neck t-shirts. Yeah. So please act as though as this is real people going to look at your video. So talk about yourself. Why do you want to actually be part of Investor? I think that is very important. Then once your submission being selected, we will call for interview. When we call for interview, you'll be asked to actually go through interview like a round of speed dating, and most of the company will actually talk to you and understand what you can actually offer to them. Okay, there are instances when you go through their interview, you may be selected as a full-time employee. So memang kira nasib baik lah kalau you are being offered a permanent job. So if you want to be offer a permanent job, showcase your ability to offer to the company. Okay, and once you are being selected, you will be placed under the ASB program, ASEAN School of Business, who is our coordinator in managing the leadership program. Okay, and they will actually provide a 1-month comprehensive training. In this 1-month comprehensive training, you will be given an opportunity to know anything about capital market. There will be a representative from the industry to talk about capital market. You'll be given an opportunity to go through hackathons, case study, even site visits at the companies. Okay, so this is very good program. But during that program, you'll be given an allowance of 2,000 ringgit. Okay, for that 1 month. Then once you are being complete the 1-month program, you will have to go for the 6-month placement. Okay, 6-month placement, you'll be given allowance of 2004. Okay, but I have this question that people ask. Can we choose our company or not? Not that I want company A, company B, company C. Okay, make sure you're willing to say, okay, just say yes, I'll take it up. Unless, for your information, all the company that we identified it is part of Security Commission vetted company. Okay, so not to worry whether do I need to be worried about this company, is this company a scam company? No, you don't have to be worried about that. All these companies have registered under the registration with Security Commission. We have actually engaged and we know whether they are a good company or otherwise. Alright? So basically, you will be placed within the company for 6 months and be given an allowance of 2004. Okay? Okay. So the requirement that to fulfill as a leadership program, you need to have at least fresh graduate or those who register less than 2 years, graduated less than 2 years. If you have anyone or your alumni who would like to pursue investor who just graduated less than 2 years, let them know about this website, this application coming next year. And we need a good CGPA, at least a 3-pointer, English proficiency at about 3 bandwidth, and also the video which I talked about, the allowance which I talked about. But what I wanted to highlight is a 1-year bond. Okay, before I had to say why 1-year bond, can somebody ask me why I need to bond you? 1 year. Siapa boleh jawab? Ada dapat jawapan situ di sini. Who can tell me why in this investor program we have to bond you for 1 year? There's no wrong and right. Yes. What do you think? Jom. Is it too early? It's 10 o'clock already. Why do you need that? You need to be bond. Lautan bond. What is bond? So what is bond? Anyone there who can answer? Why I need to bond? There's no right and wrong. Okay, sure. You want to try? Come on. Okay, try it. Huh? Just say, yeah. It's all right and wrong. Sorry? Guarantee. Okay, it's not. Okay. Bond is basically, actually the program doesn't require bond, okay? But because the program is very expensive, and once you register for this program, if you decided to drop off, I cannot transfer the program to someone else because I already paid you. It's like, I already have you, and now you want to leave me. What happened to me? It's not fair, right? Yeah. Even you want to leave your dates, right? For example. So these are the things that we have to put in place, okay? The 1-year bond, it's not even long, it's very fun. It's just that we want to see that you are committed to really to work, okay? And company will also make sure they provide enough knowledge, experience for the company. So it's very fun. 1 year, I think, dengan public holiday and whatnot, right? You only have to work, I think, 280 days a year, I don't know. So it's a very short instead of 365 days, right? So that is why we talk about bond. Okay. So that is the requirement. Okay. This is what I talked about. We have in occasions that people have actually required a proposed minimum salary of 3,000. If you are being offered a full-time job, by default we will ask company, they have to pay for 3,000 ringgit. Okay? So if we already giving you an allowance of 2004, if you hire permanent, full-time permanent job, you need to be paid of 3,000 ringgit. Okay? So these are the things that we communicate, engage the company that they have to comply with that. Training allowance, which I talked about it, accommodation and logistics, this is only for those upskirt, Sabah and Sarawak students. Okay? Okay, so what will you get from this program? Very easy. Enhanced employability, mentorship. Remember, you have access to capital market industry players, experts. You will have networking industry. If you are part of the program, you will have new friends. 199 students, okay, that become your long life friends in the future. And you talk about career opportunity in the capital market. You can go anywhere. It's not only about Malaysia. Of course, I encourage you to stay in Malaysia, but you can go anywhere. Capital market is big. All right. So position area, I would like Dr. Zain later to take it through. So basically, these are the positions. And so where do you register? For leadership program, we're only available for next year. Be open, but what I want to get your attention with is my last slide. Okay. Remember I talked about the foundation program? Can you please register this? This is the most easy, straightforward program. Okay? You can just sit at your sofa and learn, or at your table and learn, at cafe, at kuliah and whatnot, just pick up this class. So this is, if I may get your attention, register for this program. And it's free. Alright? So I think that's all from me. If you have any question, you can come and speak to me or just drop me an email. You can check on the website. Thank you so much for everybody's participations.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Intan, for an insightful sharing session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceed to the next session. And now I am deeply humbled and honored to invite Yang Berbahagia, Dato' Zain Azhari Mazlan, Executive Director of Corporate Finance and Investment, Securities Commission Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, all. Thank you to the basically the management of UiTM Inshallah, for having us here today, as well as community, all the students that are attending this session. I'm honored actually when I entered the compound of UiTM Inshallah just now. I was impressed actually. This is my first time. I was impressed with the size, the infrastructure of the UiTM. Intan has explained about the program. So what I'm going to touch on is basically what is basically capital market. Feel free to ask questions at any point in time or even after the session. Basically, I understand that most of you are from Faculty of Business, and as well as this is your final semester. So basically, lepas ni nak apply lah, kan? You are going into the real world. So this is a very important stage of your life actually, after having gone through belajar for how many years. So now is for you to make a decision where next. And this is very important because it will bring you to where you want to go. I think suggest that the best is basically you look, you study and you analyze what exactly is the capital market or any other area so that you want to venture to, and you need to compare. So that at the end of the day, even if let's say you end up with a wrong area, for example, setahun 2 tahun apa lagi, tapi at least you must know upfront so that you won't lose your time in your life. So basically, what is this basically capital market? Can I just see hands up if let's say anybody knows what capital market is? I don't blame you if you do not know, because it brings me back to more than 25 years ago, even close to 30 years, when I about to graduate. I also do not know what the hell the market is. Masa itu 1990, early 1990s, market was mid 1990, market was booming competition. So I thought that masa itu Malaysia is considered as one of the Asian tigers, economic tigers. So basically economy was booming. You can tengok masa itu KLCC was being built, every floor, a lot of companies being set up, and stock market was booming at the time. So basically, nation has grown. From that was like what, more than 25, 50 years ago, to where we are today. So today, life is different. Your information is at your fingertips. So that's why I suggest that you look at what exactly. I cannot, maybe you can just move on to the next slide. I cannot touch in detail. I cannot go in detail on what exactly this, each of these does. But I hope that you can do further studies. What essentially is this capital market? What, I mean, there are about 1,000 PLCs, public listed company yang disenaraikan di bursa saham. So what exactly is that capital market? Kalau you tengok, go back to the previous slide. Okay, here, sources of capital. Sources of capital are the people that nak invest in the stock market or in the debt market. You have people, investors, the institutional investors. Investors yang macam PNB, Tabung Haji, EPM. These are investors with big capacity. They have a very deep pocket. And selalunya they will invest in bonds or big IPOs. Kalau tahu yang company yang nak masuk bursa saham tu, so basically they will offer the shares to the investors. So and also businesses they want to invest in stock market. Bukan hanya local investors, tetapi the world has become smaller. The global investors pun nak masuk. They will invest any part of the world. Jadi you must make sure that the company is ready. Is attractive enough to attract all this capital. So then you have that intermediaries. This is where basically the potential employees of yours. I understand from Intan, the cohort for the investor is only 200. The cohort. I mean, there are more opportunities actually beyond that 200 that eventually will be selected. So basically, kalau tengok, there are investment managers, banks, insurance. The banks basically are the investment banks. Kalau you tengok commercial banks are basically lending. Not the normal banks that you would see in the street, but tapi kalau investment banks are basically the one that deal with the equities, saham, dan juga pasaran bond, and dan juga derivatives. So capital market tu kalau tengok yang third column tu, we have exchanges. The main one is bursa saham. Dan bond market ni kalau company nak raise capital kan, dia tengok balance sheet company tu dulu, sama ada berapa banyak equities dia nak raise, berapa banyak bond kan, dia debt lah, hutang lah. Jadi selalu kalau you buat business pun sekecil-kecilnya, mana you nak take capital kan. Kalau nak cek saham tu terlalu sikit kan. Jadi you go to banks or you go to lenders yang boleh pinjamkan duit for you to grow your business. Sama juga, the big ones also, the big banks also like that. So in the big companies.
dan juga money market, and other OTCs. Users of capital, of course, businesses, the government pun raise bond juga untuk fundkan infrastructure project, even like fund UiTM project, build campus. Those basically the government raise bond. Next.
So apa beza capital market ni, primary dengan secondary? This one just for your information. Primary ni bila saham atau bond baru nak masuk ke dalam market. Ketika kalau tengok prospectus IPO tu dia jual, that's primary. It's the first time company tu nak issue saham tu. Tapi once bila dah masuk, is being traded, that one is basically secondary. Okay. This one just information as well. We have advisors. Katakan kalau you nak buat, you nak senaraikan saham tu, banyaklah dia punya parti ataupun pihak-pihak yang bekerja untuk menjayakan sesuatu IPO tu. For example, like of course you have investment bankers, lawyers, and accountants. Satu benda saya cakap ni pasal capital market ni, kalau kita tengok prospectus IPO tu, banyak kerja tu. You must make sure that setiap information dalam tu being verified. Diligence must be top notch. Sebabnya kalau nanti pelabu-pelabu tu dah beli, anything happens to the company, sekali company tu meruntuh ke saham dia, sekali ada dia punya operation tiba-tiba anything goes wrong, the investors will go after the company. Of course, the first one they will go after the board members, then they will go after the management of the company, and then he will go also after those that have prepared the company for listing. So that's why memang in this tough environment lah. Kalau you choose, memang it's exciting, but you have to put your effort in as well. And of course, once basically company is listed, in the capital market, you have analysts as well, fund managers, institutional investors, retail. So basically, capital market besar, very big. Not just intermediaries, but also this could be a stepping stone. Kalau you masuk into one of the banks, into one of even as securities commission, nanti terangkan sikit what exactly SC does. Into one of the intermediaries. It's a stepping stone for you to move on later into public listed companies, for example, with the experience. Because selalunya PLC ataupun company, big company, even I understand tadi you have to treat more entrepreneur. It gives you a very good training ground. Dia siapkan you with a relevant discipline, so that you can move on later in life if, let's say, you want to venture into other areas. Next. So again, same thing. This just talking about what I've said just now. When the company is listed, bonds also is being traded over the counter. Then it's being traded by all investors. Next. Okay, this one is basically what we have been, what we know. Basically, selalunya adalah company-company yang listed kat bursa saham. Tetapi saya ni kita tahu there are a lot of small and medium enterprises, small and medium enterprises, and tak semua company ada opportunity untuk listed dekat bursa saham. Jadi we allow, about 10 years ago, we allow company to raise fund through other means, cara lain, P2P, equity crowdfunding, and also you've seen a lot of digital assets. And this one can come to all the cryptos. I think more familiar or more excitement
basically to the youngsters. Tetapi whatever later, if you want to invest in any product, please study, understand what you're investing in. Always understand apakah penggunaan capital itu kepada company-company yang raise funding. Next.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to extend a warm welcome to Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Azwan Mokhtar, Chairman of Lembaga Berbahagia Malaysia. Good evening.
Your iconic speaker after this, very renowned, distinguished gentleman of Malaysian capital market nation. Okay, going back, basically, maybe I'll touch a bit what exactly SC, the role of SC. I'm not sure. Is there anybody in the students? Do you know what exactly SC does? Anybody? Okay, next, let's go to the slide. Okay, basically, we are the SC, the regulator for the capital market. I'm sure you are familiar with Bank Negara Malaysia. Bank Negara Malaysia, they regulate the financial market, the banks. Tapi when it comes to the capital market, yang macam saya cakap tadi, the equities, saham-saham, dan juga bonds, that comes under Swadaya Security. Jadi, for example, katakan if let's say a company wants to go for listing, saham, tawarkan saham dia di pusat saham,
they will have to apply, make submission, apply pada Swadaya Security and give their proposal what their company is all about. So we will basically scrutinize sama ada company itu layak ataupun tidak. Bila dia apply tu, that's where basically dia pergi kepada investment bank dan juga lawyer, accountant. They will advise them how to go about. That's where they create a lot of activities actually. So Swadaya Security bukan hanya we are not just approving, but we also monitor the market, pasaran saham tiap hari itu, katakan kalau ada wrongdoing, for example of the participants, then we will go after them. And also, Malaysia, I mean, the Securities Malaysia, so the Securities bukan hanya a regulator, but we have another mandate which is developmental, which means that we try to develop how the capital market to grow, because the world is moving very fast. We will have people 20 years ago as the market developed. 20 years ago we started the Islamic capital market. That we want to consider as well. So we regulate as well as we develop. We have a very we have a department to keep ourselves to the market. And I advise the students to do the same thing as well. You must make sure wherever you go and wherever you ended up in life, you must make sure yourself are relevant to the market, relevant to your employer. Because at the end of the day, your employer can look at you what sort of value add you can give to the company. Value add. Of course, you must have all the necessary skills, which most important actually they don't care actually about your what you know. You must be you must have a good attitude, good attitude and willing to work hard, no choice. I think the first 2-3 years you have to really roll up your sleeve and give it the bang. Work hard. And there's nothing wrong, you won't lose anything by working hard. Move on, next. Okay, this is our basically our mission statement. So there is to promote and maintain fair, efficient, secure, transparent securities, and derivatives market and facilities orderly development of innovative and competitive capital market. We just want to ensure that all trading, apa yang berlaku di market tu, all investors are treated equally. Tak boleh kalau setengah you have learned about insider trading, for example. Some of the people that know about certain things, what's going to be proposed by the company, they go and quickly buy market. With that so-called pre-information, we find out if there are reports, and we also scrutinize. We will then take enforcement action against them. Of course, we'll do our investigation first. But since you guys will be entering the market, just make sure that you understand this. We in SC we know a lot. We can find the detailed trading, the movement of capital. So we just be careful lah. Don't simply go into the wrong. Don't do that. Next. Okay, a good capital market, of course, will exhibit fairness, transparency, efficiency, stability, as well regulated. I won't go into detail, but because most important is basically just to give you an overview of the capital market. Next. Okay, so it's just some of the strategic business plan of economy Banani that we have for capital market. Next. This is basically just to give you some idea of what the ecosystem of capital market entails. We have stock exchange, clearing house, central depository, and we have 250 license holders, CMSL, by regulated activities, and we have grown. We have other areas that we have ventured into for the country. Thanks. As what I've seen, as of today, there are about 1,010 listed companies. Because you have to think on every year, for now, I think we're targeting about 30 to 35 listed companies being listed. And mostly currently we have small one. Kalau tengok the premium hari pertama naik tinggi kan, those are currently base market companies. And of course we have other products, and also just to share with you, there are 10,000 plus license holders. Those are the dealer reps, financial planner, and also those who are involved. Sesiapa yang involved dalam capital market, kena ada license, which they have to apply to SC, and then they have to take the exam as well. Okay, next. This is just an organization structure of security. It's headed by the chairman, and we have all the various divisions. Next. Okay, next. Okay, so back to the capital market, opportunities in the capital market. It has grown actually. Kalau tengok 30 tahun lepas, our size is just 0.7 trillion. Now it's grown to 5.3 times actually. Tak nampak the number. And then the size of the trading value on daily basis has grown also from 1.6 billion to 2.2 billion. And number of PLCs, as far as I see, 30 years ago, 413. Company bila listed pun ada juga dia delist, taken over, merge. Jadi sekarang we have about 1,000. Next. So basically, these are all the types of regulated activities. I'll just run through. We have equity brokers, derivatives brokers. I think you have to do your own reading on this. We have fund managers. Fund managers basically they are given funds meetings for their investors, for their clients. And we have corporate finance advisors, investment advisors, financial planners. These are all the areas that for them to advise their client, some other company, besar or small company. So there are a lot, actually, there are a lot. So basically, there are a lot of opportunities for students, and not just those from business, faculty of business. Yeah? I think capital market we offer to all any other disciplines. Yeah? But most important, basically, you have the right attitude and willing to learn and willing to give it a shot. Yeah? Okay, again, I think I've covered this already. Next. Okay, I think that's all I have actually. Yeah, I'm not sure whether any question from any of you.
Any question? If you have any question, please come forward to the microphone and introduce yourself.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning dan salam sejahtera. So my name is Muhammad Shafi. I'm from Human Resource. Okay, so as we know, Malaysia economy has been evolved from A economy to B economy to the K economy and now digitalization. So my question is there any specific trend or development in the Malaysia capital market that have influenced the Malaysia economic growth recently? In the past year. So that is my question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Maybe just have another question that I'll answer. Okay, I'll answer that one. Of course, you're right. That's what I've said. The world has moved. Yeah? It's moving actually very fast pace. Yeah? That's what you mentioned. Dulu, we don't have what we call like today, the K economy or the tech, the Facebook, Instagram. Nowadays, you guys are very familiar with TikTok. And it is again, I mean, 20, 30 years ago, we never know that, we never thought that we can just talk over the phone, face to face. Yeah? So basically, of course, and globally, the world has become much, much smaller. Yeah? So basically, you don't have, information is really at your fingertips. So, of course, it affects our country and it affects everybody in the world. Yeah? So basically, we have to not just compete with others, but we as individuals, be whatever area that you want to go into, venture into, be the best. And that's what I said. You must make sure that you always have to ask yourself, what can I benefit to my employer? Because as an employer, they will look at, they want to increase their profitability. So how can you contribute to key of that as your boss? Even enter into any of the intermediaries, because resources is very scarce, and also kalau dia ambil kerja, they want to ensure that they get the right talent, and you must show them that you are able to give what they want and then propose something how can they improve their business. I hope I answered your question.
My name is Amira. I'm from higher students. So my question is Bank Negara and Security Commission is same identity in terms of their role? That's all.
We are two separate entities actually. Yeah, that's what I see right now. Yeah, they cover basically the financial market. Yeah? They regulate the banks, yeah? Commercial banks, investment banks. Yeah? They are the regulator for the financial market. Tapi SC is regulator for the capital market. Yeah? So it's a two different thing. Capital means macam kalau company nak pergi listing macam ni, yeah? They don't go to banks now. And they come to Suruhanjaya Securities ataupun bursa saham, bursa securities, bursa Malaysia. And also kalau dia want to raise capital bonds, yeah, they will file. Of course, they will go to the banks. Yeah, then banks akan structurekan the bonds and then sell it to the market. But before they sell to the market, then basically they have to launch their documentation with Suruhanjaya Securities. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera. My name is Balkis and I am from Russian. Other specific sectors more significant impact on economic.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. I think capital market is a big market. Yeah. I would say every area of the capital market is important. Yeah. Sebab daripada sekecil-kecilnya ataupun from the beginning of the company where they want to get listed, yeah, ataupun bonds issuance, kan? Who will then structure the bond? Who will then structure the IPO? Lepas tu bila nak jual kepada investors, dia ada intermediaries yang people like the trustee, the custodian, yeah? Banyak opportunities tu. Dan bila dah jual kepada market tu, ada lagi activities. Every day you jual beli saham tu, yeah? Ataupun big corporation tu yang jual, merge for example, yeah? Mergers, acquisition, semua banyak activities tu. So all are interconnected, yeah? And interconnected, and everybody plays their part in this very big ecosystem. Yeah? So and of course, not to mention the 1,000 public listed companies that we have currently, and it will keep on growing. Yeah? And our population is about 30 million, 30 over billion. So basically, I think you never know, in 10 or 20 years, we may grow to 50 million. So there will be more companies, more activities in the market. Yeah? So I've answered that question. Any other question?
Any other question from the floor?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Hamid Ibrahim. And I just want to ask one question on it, and I think this question is important to us. So the question is, what indicators or measures are used to assess the impact of the Malaysian capital market on overall economic growth? That's all.
Okay. Of course, we have companies. Like what I think one of the slides I touch on just now is capital market. They provide revenue for the companies to raise capital. Yeah? So because raising capital, companies need to raise capital to finance their operations, to grow, to jadi besar lagi. Jadi sama ada want to grow equity capital markets, nak grow via equities, nak jual saham ataupun nak raise bonds, they have to go through equity market. Yeah, to enhance the company's operation, eventually to enhance our economy. Yeah. So yeah.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Muhammad Hanif. I'm from BA241 Insurance Course. So since I'm from
insurance cost by this one guys. Is it possible for insurance company to be listed under SC?
Listed under Bursa Saham. Yeah, boleh. Definitely possible. Yeah. Insurance company is regulated by Bank Negara. Yeah. I think we do have some insurance companies which are listed, yeah, in the capital market.
Right? Any more question? We have the captain of industry in front of you. Please take this opportunity to ask question, dear student. No question?
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, if I can just add my last advice to you guys, since this is you're about to enter the job market, not very soon. So like I said, do take some time to study where exactly that you want to be. Yeah, and whether this is the right progress, and even if let's say at the end of the day you're not selected within that 200, yeah, for this cohort, you can try later, or there are still other opportunities to go into the capital market. Yeah? So I think that's all. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for an enlightened and insightful sharing session, and your valuable perspective have undoubtedly enriched our understanding on the Malaysian capital market driving economic growth. Thank you. That's it. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen,
I'm certain that everyone is eager and looking forward to the upcoming sharing session. I'm truly honored to invite our iconic speaker, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Azman Mokhtar, Chairman Lembaga Tabung Haji Malaysia, which is also UITM alumni of Diploma in Accounting, to share his insight and experiences. Please welcome Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sejahtera dari pengacara majlis, bahagia Datuk Din, bahagia Profesor Daus, adik-adik, or should I say kanak-kanak. Saya kira bangsa angsa lah, something like that. Terima kasih, syukur Alhamdulillah atas jemputan undangan ini. Tak silap saya kali kedua saya ke kampus Puncak Alam. Jadi pagi tadi daripada Cajang ke Puncak Alam, tak ada tinggal mana-mana, datang terus. Dan syukur Alhamdulillah lah, happy to be here. To the SC, terima kasih dan tahniah atas program Invested. Saya sempat tanya Yang Mulia Tentu Sarina berkenaan kembangan program ini. Saya kata ini program yang baik. I wish when I was your age, ada program macam ni. So please take this opportunity if I may. I think it's a very good program. Kerana pada saya, you are at the start of your journey. Like any journey kena ada peta, kena ada map, or nowadays we call it GPS, or not even GPS, macam Waze dan sebagainya. So you kena ada nak tengok ni, because insyaAllah you have a whole journey 30, 40 years ahead of you. And today I've been tasked to come and share my journey. Jadi saya upfront, saya minta maaf jikalau usually I don't really like to talk too much about myself. I prefer to talk about issues, analysis dan sebagainya lah. Tetapi hari ini kerana nak kena bincang pasal perjalanan kerjaya dalam bidang kewangan, dalam bidang pasaran modal, capital market, I have to go a little bit. So in that regard, I was trying to
capture apa agaknya saudara-saudari sekalian, adik-adik, kanak-kanak, nak bagi pada adik. Anda semua, what will be in your mind? I'm trying to anticipate. And to my mind, like all careers, you're going through a journey. You should be looking for, it is a thought of living lah kan. Ini memanglah biasa kita cek rezeki yang halal, rezeki yang baik. Tapi saya percaya lebih dari itu, you should be looking for doing something meaningful dan impactful. Sesuatu kerjaya yang bukan saja dapat menampung diri sebagai tanggungjawab, I would say bertanggung ain, perlu untuk you untuk mencari rezeki yang baik, rezeki yang halal. Tetapi lebih dari itu, you should want and be looking for to participate in a kerjaya yang you can make a difference in society. Setuju tak? Setuju? Pasal kita ni semua antara objektif pembelajaran, pendidikan ialah untuk menjadi insan yang berguna kan. I'm sure mak bapak you dan diri sendiri juga, you pun sebagai ada contoh untuk adik-adik, your siblings and so on, right? So you want to make an impact to society actually. I would make a case that inshallah the finance industry is one industry, there's other industry, but the finance industry is one industry that you can do both. Have a good, decent, dignified, honorable source of living, but yet to also make a positive impact in society. Okay? Ini, if there's nothing else, ini je lah. Saya nak cuba make a case. Kita boleh bincang, I can share a little bit. Jadi, saya punya tagline hari ini, saya nak cerita sedikit tentang perjalanan saya, di mana saya punya motto lah, so to speak, ialah to build true value, membina nilai yang sejati, melalui building true values, melalui memupukkan nilai-nilai yang murni. Actually, is it possible? Kadang-kadang finance ni orang kata, oh banker ni sikit darah. Kan? Tahu tak? Ni tak ada moratorium, penalty interest. Dan kalau ST jatuh bukan nak tahu, ST kadang orang takut, apa ni cukup. You know, listed company that's only 999, I saw that. I pun bertanya, bila nak di nombor 1,000 tu yang 1,000 company tu bila dia dapat TV kan tak ada. Meaning there's not many, 999 is not a big number. So it seems a little bit elite, agak kayangan in that sense. A little bit imposing, maybe intimidating. But there's also other parts of finance. Sebagai contoh, tadi kita dengar about regulator, sebagai contoh accounting, auditor, yang buat fintech, yang buat measurement, macam mana nak measure, apakah itu ESG, yang kerja nak jaga jadi CFO, for example, itu pun in finance. Kalau yang nak buat pengurusan zakat, pengurusan wakaf, ini semua memerlukan ilmu kewangan. Jadi, I try to make the case. So, making a positive impact in society through a career in finance. I am told there's no clickers, jadi saya minta tolong. Thanks. So, I think I'll try and reserve more time, or rather at least some time for Q&A. Ada 3 bahagian lah. Saya nak cerita sikit about my journey through finance. So maybe you can relate. And then I wanted to actually cover 2 types of journey. Your professional leadership journey, what this could look like through finance. And there's an aspect of your personal leadership journey lah. You know, di mana saya nak cuba huraikan 5 prinsip lah yang disebut sebagai kepimpinan ni lah. Mungkin banyak ni pun dah tahu, bukan tak tahu. Faculty Business and Management saya difahamkan adalah faculty bukan saja yang terbesar di UiTM, bahkan yang terbesar in the whole country, mesti. So tahniah, I think this is and I should announce that I am an alumni. Saya di ITM Batu Lintang, Sarawak. Tapi hanya untuk sebulan. Buat diploma in accounting.
sebelum jelas saya dapat tawaran untuk menyambungkan pelajaran di bawah beasiswa Lembaga Elektrik Negara masa tu. Then I left to study CCA lah, to become an accountant. So accounting juga. Okay, so let's go through the next slide. Actually, this summarizes my so-called journey over 10-year period lah. Very briefly, my parents were cikgu. Berapa orang mak bapak cikgu kat sini? Tolong angkat tangan. Saya tengok. Usually ramai. Jangan segan-segan. Cikgu. Okay. Maybe 20%. Saya nampak. Thank you. So of course, anak didik cikgu ni dia memang dilorongkan into certain fields lah. So in my case, actually my late father, orang Melaka, kawan baik dia was an accountant actually. This gentleman by the name of Datuk Yunus Sudin. Even my generation pun tak tahu sangat lah. He was a chartered accountant, a very early Malay chartered accountant sebagai role model. Siapa yang tahu tu Fleet Group, institutions like that. Many years later in my career, I managed to see him. I went up to him to say, Datuk, you don't know me, my late father, I became an accountant because of you. That time dia dah 70 tahun lebih lah. So in life memang macam ni you go through sometimes dalam family. Tapi Alhamdulillah, jadi long story short, as I said, saya pergi UiTM, but along the way I did the CCA. Later I came back sebagai scholar Lembaga Elektrik Negara, so you have to work 10 tahun. And I was lucky enough working in finance in LLM. Suddenly Lembaga Elektrik Negara became Tenaga Nasional, became the largest company on the stock exchange. At the date of TINB was the one that listed it in around about 92, 93, so about 30 over years ago. And just take this statistic, at that time, in the early to mid 90s, Bursa Saham Kuala Lumpur, PSKL, was roughly about 15% of this index of MSCI in the whole world. Today, this number is about 1.5 or thereabouts. And Tenaga alone was 40% of the index. So 40% of 15% is a lot of percent. Therefore, everybody needed to know about Tenaga. So I'm the guy doing the management account. So suddenly I was in great demand. That resulted in me joining the private sector shortly after. Sebagai what is called an investment analyst. Interesting work. Siapa yang suka analisa, you kena tengok company ni, you kena predict macam mana agaknya dia punya kewangan dia going forward. Yang historical tu kerja auditor, kerja accountant. Going forward as an analyst, you have to try and predict. It's a very interesting field actually. And this was the time companies like Union Bank of Switzerland, Solomon masuk, then the financial crisis 98 lah. Jadi ini kegawatan. So dalam kegawatan tu orang ingatkan that's it, oh this gloom and doom. Actually no, there was a lot of opportunities to learn, etc. lah. Then I went on, I did my masters, I came back, and then I decided to open my own little boutique consultancy license as an investment advisor by the SC. I was doing that for 2 or 3 years, and then my dreams of building a financial boutique to become a financial house ended because I was plucked by the government to go and run Khazanah, which I went and did for 14 tahun. So Khazanah, as you know, is the one of the major sovereign funds of the country. Dan seterusnya lah, so sampai 2018 I retired. That was about 5 years ago. I think since then I'm actually doing a bit of teaching here and there as a fellow di sini sana. Kemudian off late I'm sharing a few things termasuk lembaga tabung haji as one of the main ones. But I'm also chairing the agenda on Islamic finance, which I wanted to talk about today. Okay, so bawah-bawah tu are some of my current affiliation. There's a few things there. Next page again to give you a feel. This is actually an article dalam The Age. It is one of the main, for a career in finance, one of the main things we read as our macam subcover is cover The Age lah. They always come up with the minggu. So kalau you as student, you want to keep up with what's happening in the capital market, I think The Age is a good piece of reading. Prof, I hope in your faculty, I'm sure you have this in your library and so on and so forth. So this is an article after about menunjukkan during this was the 25th anniversary or the 20th anniversary of the Asian crisis that we are gathering. And the article was actually about that. Those are some old photos of me as an analyst. Seterusnya, next slide. Again, this is for your record later. This is just a summary. In the 14 years di Katana, Alhamdulillah, we managed to deliver more than a tripling of the portfolio value. Jadi roughly portfolio tu went up from net about 33 billion to 116 billion. An increase dalam 83 billion over a period of 14 tahun. So roughly close to about 10% per annum every year for 14 years on average. But next slide or next two slides, I think boleh jump straight next. However, I wanted to make the point, it wasn't just about financial value. Katana punya mandat was to deliver as an investment house. Kita kena buat return lah kan. Return tadi as I said, bila mula 33, ending dalam 14 tahun tu 116. Tak ada duit masuk So this is pure organic creation. But at the same time, we also, as a strategic arm, we had to deliver what is called strategic punya return. Ini antaranya termasuk untuk membangunkan sektor-sektor baru. Sebagai contoh, biotechnology, education sector, creative industry, zone wilayah Iskandar di Johor sebagai contoh. This is part of our work, job creation, penetration into new market. These are strategic considerations that in some ways is not as straightforward as finance, because finance is quite clear. This is the value today, this is the value tomorrow, this is the difference, naik, turun, and so on. But there was also another aspect, the so-called societal return that can be measured by what is sometimes called CSR. Mungkin sekali pernah dengar tentang things like Yayasan Hasanah, for example, of the foundation that we created. Funded it today, banyak dia buat program-program dalam sebidang-sebidang. So that's just to give a feel of what a start 40 over years ago when I was like you, like all of you, mana dah tahu sangat, tetapi saya nampak masuk bidang perakaunan, daripada perakaunan tu boleh bercabang masuk capital market, kemudian boleh masuk dalam fund management, boleh masuk dalam institutional management. I could have become a CFO. I was offered to be CFO many times. I became a CEO. A CFO pula boleh jadi CEO. Banyak cabang-cabang dia. Bukan kata industri lain tak ada, tapi industri ini memang saya rasa sangat fleksibel. Banyak dia punya cabang-cabang dia. Sekarang Alhamdulillah tabung haji, next slide. Kita baru menyambut ulang tahun ke-60. We were formed in 1963. Almarhum Tuan Aziz, the Profesor Diraja, idea dia tahun 63 lebih kurang. That means baru merdeka dalam 5-6 tahun. The country, our country, majority masih lagi dalam kemiskinan, below the poverty line. Tak silap saya dalam 60-70%. So maksudnya kalau bila orang tu miskin, by definition, dia tak ada saving, miskin. That means dia tak ada surplus. Tetapi bahkan, so macam mana you nak save? Tapi untuk Aziz punya genius, Alhamdulillah, antaranya dia gunakan hasrat orang nak naik haji ni untuk menabung. Walaupun sikit, walaupun sikit. Begitulah mula dia. Sampai hari ini, Alhamdulillah 60 tahun, kita ada dana lebih kurang 90 bilion dan lebih dari 1,5 juta jemaah berjaya dapat ke Tanah Suci. Saya rasa kalau bukan kerana tabung haji, mungkin great majority of that number mungkin tak sampai lah in that sense. Jadi syukur Alhamdulillah. So ini obviously tabung haji kan, tabung haji. Jadi there's two parts lah, urusan haji, urusan tabung. Jadi diperlukan orang dalam bidang syariah, dalam bidang agama, dalam bidang haji, management. tapi dalam bidang kewangan juga. So ini sebagai satu contoh di mana kerjaya dalam bidang kewangan boleh membawa kepada tempat-tempat ini. Okey, seterusnya, next slide. Okey, ni kecil sedikit, tapi saya nak cerita sedikit tentang kewangan Islam. Kebetulan tahun ini juga tahun ulang tahun. Tadi itu kalau 60 tahun tabung haji, tahun ini ialah 40 tahun Bank Islam haji. Tahun 1983 telah diwujudkan Bank Islam yang pertama di dalam negara kita dengan bukanya Bank Islam, Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad. Jadi BIMB pula dalam 40 tahun tu alhamdulillah lah. Sekarang Malaysia diiktiraf sebagai negara tersulung dalam bidang kewangan Islam. Ya, itu alhamdulillah. Sebagai contoh, a few data, banking system dalam seluruh sistem perbankan, aset adalah lebih kurang 2.5 trilion, yang mana 44.5% adalah di bawah sistem perbankan Islam. Okay? Jadi almost half. This number 40 years ago was nothing. So sekarang dah 44 now, our pie that has grown much larger. Capital market tu, if I'm not mistaken, is about 3.6 trillion. Ini termasuk both the equity market dengan sukuk dan private debt security lah, PDS market, roughly half-half lah, depending on the day kan. Jadi that one tak silap saya yang di bawah sistem kewangan Islam lebih kurang 64% lebih kurang. So what I'm trying to say is that setengah orang rasa kalau kerjaya dalam bidang kewangan ni mungkin tak halal. Betul tu, memang betul. Jadi tapi alhamdulillah di negara kita bukan sekarang, bukan tahun lepas, bahkan dalam 40 tahun kalau kita ambil Bank Islam, bahkan 60 tahun kalau kita ambil tabung haji, kita telah membuat satu sistem, bahkan ekosistem, bukannya sistem kewangan Islam yang saya rasa agak padat, agak syumul. Kataan syumul itu means complete, di mana tuan-tuan, puan-puan, adik-adik ada peluang. Ini insyaAllah. Tapi nanti lepas ni saya nak cerita sikit tentang apa penghijrahan yang harus kita buat dalam sistem kewangan Islam. Broadly, sistem yang kita telah bina selama 40 tahun, 60 tahun ini boleh dikatakan satu sistem yang halal. Maksudnya syariah scholars pun dah masuk, dia kata okey, itu semua betul. Tetapi kita nak berpindah daripada bukan saja satu sistem yang halal, tetapi kepada satu sistem yang halal dan taib. Dipaham perkataan taib? Faham kan? Halal dan taiban kan? Taib tu maksudnya lebih daripada halal. Halal tu betul. Kalau saya ambil contoh, dalam kata apa? Halal fried chicken. Fried chicken kan? Fried chicken tu halal, dah sembelih tu kan? But fried chicken may not be good for you. Nampak kan? Nampak tak? Faham? Whereas kalau roasted chicken, okay kot, something like that. So, maksudnya, dia kena halal dan taib. Dan taib. And there are kaedah-kaedah. Jadi dalam Islam ni, this is what we are doing. Ini agak kecil sikit, tapi both Bank Negara dan SC diumumkan pada tahun 2022. Bank Negara telah akui dan Securities Commission, di mana okey, bagus, 40 tahun, so sekarang kita kena tukar sikit, kena lebih mendalami sistem tu halal dan taib, form into substance. Okay, next. So this was formed. Basically the MIT District Council, saya ditugaskan sebagai pengurusi, ada perwakilan daripada Suruhanjaya Security dan negara dan lain-lain lah. Jadi tugas kami ialah seterusnya untuk membangunkan inilah sistem kewangan atau di dalam bidang kewangan Islam. Seterusnya, okey, sebelum nak cerita finance briefly, megatrend ni, this is a separate lecture lah. Banyak megatrend. Sometimes I get invited to talk about megatrends. Interesting. Ada 7 lah yang saya cuba highlightkan. Antaranya ialah the issue of financialization. But secara ringkas, next slide. Kita I'm going to jump this. Next slide. Okay, this slide. The data is slightly outdated, tetapi roughly begini. You just look at these numbers. Global GDP You all tahu kan, Faculty Business and Management, GDP tu apa dia kan? KGMK kan? Kadar GMK apa? GDP lah, gross domestic product. It measures the production capacity or rather the production of an economy. It's one measure. It's not a perfect measure. But global GDP is actually now close to about 100 trillion US dollars. Tapi financial assets in the world are roughly about 5 times that. Today it's about 480 trillion. These numbers are slightly outdated. These are my slides from a few years ago. So maksudnya, the world is heavily financialized. In whatever field, pergi ada finance. Sometimes in fields it's not supposed to be pun ada finance. Sebagai contoh, siapa sini kaki bola, peminat bola. So sekarang, I don't know whether you follow the English Premier League, kan ada team dia dah kena potong markah kerana dia tak follow financial fair play. Sekarang Manchester City dan Chelsea under investigation dan sebagainya. Politics pun ada politik wang. Itu parts of finance yang tak elok lah. Kita tak suka. Tetapi my point is that practically every field from digital to zakat to wakaf to football to sports to politics, semua ada finance, semua ada keuangan. So financialization, partly when you see, you know why. 5 kali ganda. Ekonomi besar ni, finance 5 kali ganda. In most countries, the financial sector is about 20 to 25%. In Malaysia, I think it's probably about 20%, my guess. Of course, ada engineering, ada plantation, ada macam-macam sektor lain. In sectors like in the UK, for example, it was as high 35-40%. Highly financialized. London is a big financial center. Okay. But it also means banyak kerja lah. Next. Ni long story lah. This is my views on Islamic finance in Financial Times. We don't have time, we can take Q&A. Next. Then, okay, kewangan Islam, as you know, again, briefly, maybe some of you are studying this, kita ada Maqasid Syariah, kemudian prohibition of riba, gharar, dan lain-lain, dan money as a store of value in the exchange. Again, you can take some of these during Q&A. Next. This slide is a nice slide to show the growth in Islamic finance sampai Malaysia yang terunggul. Islamic finance ni, again, I think banyak, kalau you want a career dalam kewangan Islam ni banyak actually yang perlu dibuat seterusnya. Dan ini antara inilah dalam 40 tahun yang lepas apa yang telah dibuat oleh ST, oleh Bank Negara dan industri. Next. So in a nutshell, as I said, we do a case for career in finance investing katanya. Three main points. As I mentioned, we do live in financial times. But at the same time, finance has the capacity to affect not just economic growth, inclusivity, sustainability. It is possible to do finance that have a positive impact on society, although there are some negative effects. This is what we're trying to do in an ethical way. Islamic finance, ESG, responsible impact investing, we've only just begun actually. So this whole round ni, siapa pernah dengar pasal ESG? Ada kan? SDG mana kan? SDG. Nah kan? So SDG, MSG ada dengar tak? MSG. So the problem dia ada SDG, ada ESG, tapi banyak sangat goreng kadang jadi MSG lah. So dia kena buang dari MSG. Kalau you buang the G in MSG tu, G tu cara. Kalau ikut Islamic Finance, G tu cara. Cara tu uncertainty, tak ada transparency. Kalau you buang G daripada MSG, dapat apa? MS. MS tu apa? Makasih saya tahu. SC pun baru launch, dia punya guideline tau. Bagus. Good document. I read the report. Cover to cover. And then. Okay, then, but I said there's also related field. There's fintech, accounting, auditing, taxation, measurement metrics. As a CFO, ramai CFO jadi CEO. You tengoklah, I don't know what the latest number, all the 999 companies on Bursa. I would submit, I think quite a large number background dia jadi CEO are probably from finance. I don't know, maybe at least 1/3, 40% maybe. certainly among GLT, at one point, all the CEOs were formerly accountants or people like that. Okay, there are many exciting sectors need strong financial management. Healthcare, life sciences, digital, of course, renewable, new agriculture, education, tech, macam-macam. Risk capital, equities, public equity management. I forgot to write here around ada kot. Management of zakat, wakaf, Islamic social. Banyak, dari apa ada banyak. Okay, next slide. But at the same time, since I have an opportunity, I wanted to share 5 principles about your personal leadership journey. Yang pertama, inilah, these are the 5 ni, I will go straight to it's a journey, duty to grow, amanah, purpose, and balance. Ini semasa most sederhana yang buat slides, yang saya kena buat slides di contohnya. Okay, ni cerita ni begini ya. Apabila saya dan isteri saya, when we were about 30 years ago lah, kami tu that time young parent lah, anak-anak pun mungkin 2-3 tahun. Jadi the question was this actually, dilepas untuk puasa, lepas tarawih, saya dan kawan-kawan, that time we were young parents, kita jemput, you may have heard of Datuk Dr. Fadilah Kamsa, pakar motivasi kan. Dr. Fadilah, kita tanya dia satu soalan je, Tok, bagi nasihat macam mana nak membimbing kanak-kanak, children, how to raise children. This was the exam question. Kami bagi itu Datuk Fadilah. Datuk Bella bagi tazkirah. Jadi dia kata, roughly beginilah. Dia kata, 7 tahun pertama, budak-budak. So here I want to introduce to you a framework to get you thinking about your life journey in 7-year cycles. This is the point of it. You boleh agree, you can disagree, it's okay, doesn't matter. The point is to make you think. So Datuk Fadilah kata, 7 tahun pertama, budak-budak ni, apabila kita raise as parents, what your parents did to you, antara ingredient yang paling penting ialah kasih sayang, which is obvious. Children juga give kasih sayang. Tetapi after the next 7-year cycle, you must instill discipline. Kalau tidak, of course, jadi manja. Kasih sayang tanpa work ethic, dia jadi manja. Not a coincidence in our religion, as you know. 3 tahun dia kena start sayang. It's building discipline, jaga masa dan sebagainya. Kemudian Datuk Fadilah kata, yang ketiga pula, cycle yang ketiga, maksudnya 14-21 lah lebih kurang. Ini dia dah panjang besar. Ini kena relationship macam kawan lah, macam kawan antara parents lah. Of course, different household ada different method lah. Macam household saya kurang positif, mak dia lah. Kena ni, saya kira tapi saya okay, I consider public infrastructure kan. Tapi kalau je nak SLR kamera, kena buat PowerPoint presentation. Kalau tak nak dia kata, okay, last class, okay. Public-private partnership 50-50, saya kata. That means 50% kena guna duit you, 50% papa kan. So, tak apalah. So, every family, so dia macam kawan. Tapi Datuk Fadilah stop sampai itulah, pasal question dia berkenaan how to raise children. Lepas itu, saya jadi masa kerjaya tu, saya jadi boss, saya kena jadi supervisor. So I extrapolated the 7-year cycle into further out. So I imagine, macam you all now, 21, I presume you're roughly the 4th cycle, 21 to 28, you're on the cusp of joining your first job. My advice to you, find a good job, sure, it's not easy, saya tahu. Tapi find a job that you can grow the most. Don't go to yang glamour, yang bukan aja yang glamour, yang nampak gaji banyak, or worse, don't go to something not ethical. You must pick up good work ethic, good habits early. But importantly, you must be able to grow. 21, because it's still growing, 21 to 28. 28 to 35 usually is a period that I feel professionals, you must be extra good at something. Because it's competitive out there, you have to be the go-to person in something. In my case, I said my journey, I was lucky because Tenaga suddenly became a very important company during this time. And I was in great demand because Tenaga, as I mentioned, kalau 40% or 15%, it was an important company and the analysis, etc. But that wasn't enough. I had to upgrade myself. Around that time, I did CFA, I don't want to go. In fact, I did Diploma in Islamic Studies, the UIA, because I just felt I needed to know certain things. 35 to 42, usually kalau leadership will emerge around this time, usually. That means if you are a good individual contributor, kalau you pandai bidang finance, katakan, or bidang capital market, or bidang certain sector, power sector, like renewable, again, digital, bagus. Tapi tu you are the individual contributor. Adakah kita ni boleh influence orang lain? Because there's only so much kita boleh buat sendiri, kan? So nak jadi pemimpin tu, you boleh memimpin team lah. Kemudian you boleh memimpin division ke tidak. Let alone faculty dan sebagainya, lagi besar. Kan? Usually around this time. Of course, ni general guide, setengah orang lagi cepat, setengah orang lambat sikit. And so on lah. Jadi 35-42. Bila sampai the 7th cycle of 42 to 49, usually around that time, dia dah 20 tahun lebih kurang. Nak kata cukup masak, not 100%, tapi dah banyak experience. So happened for me, I became CEO Khazanah relatively young age, umur 43. Partly it's not something to be kan, because just after the Asian crisis, ramai tokoh-tokoh corporate were affected by the financial crisis lah, unfortunately. So it was an opportunity, which is also another lesson. You will have to be ready. Opportunities will come, but cerah masa depan to those yang bersedia. So have to be ready. Kadang saya tengok kadang orang banyak more negro, ni tak betul itu. Memanglah the world macam-macam tak betul, kan. On the other hand, those yang positive mindset, they get ready lah, insyaAllah, because these things tend to come in cycle. Market comes in cycle, life also goes in cycle. So you got to be ready. During downtime, there's a time you prepare. During uptime, you tak ada time actually. You have to run with things. I would advise that. And so on lah. I kalau ada interest. So this is a tool that I sit down with the people I supervise. Until today, after I left Khazanah, many I'm still mentoring. Because you need, as I said, macam peta lah, to go through your life, to consider what are the things. And it varies. Okay, next point. This is about growth and development. Remember, when you graduate dari sini, itu bukan ending, itu baru beginning. That's why I think US punya system, bila you graduate, dia tak bagi graduation, dia tak bagi completion, dia bagi commencement, baru start. Because your journey itu baru start. Remember that. So to me, your whole life, I'm still learning. Setiap minggu, one thing I bagi lecture je ni lah. Kawan saya, dia introduce me to the concept of zakat, ilmu dia tahu. Dia kata kalau you ada ilmu, kena bayar zakat. So every week, back and counting. Since I left Khazanah for 5 years ago, this is my 169th lecture. Alhamdulillah. So syukur. That means roughly about 1 week I do it. Petang ni tak agak nothing di bayar zakat. Apa? So I spend about 1/3 of my time just macam ni lah, sharing apa yang kita ada. But in the process, guess what? Bila you share, you also learn. You always learn something new every time. You don't fail. I learn from all of you, your questions, cara you tanya soalan, angle macam ni kadang kita tak nampak. So bila you start kerjaya you, orang kata the first A, ada 3 A, you kena manage is your attitude. The fact that you're here dalam university, kena buat degree, itu kira you ada attitude lah, insyaAllah. Tetapi ingat, apabila you start kerjaya, insyaAllah you dapat kerja yang baik. How far you will go will depend more on your attitude rather than your aptitude. Because attitude tu will get you in the door. Kalau saya tanya Dato', tanya Tengku, tanya your professor, they will tell you lah. Nak masuk bukan senang, you need certain level. But once you're in, it's really your attitudinal punya things like teamwork. Can you work in a team? Can you motivate others? Can you empower others? Setengah orang Dia very effective tau. Ada result, ada impact, tapi bila pusing macam wall. Dia punya collateral damage very high. Bukan dalam bilik ni lah. Baik. So, tapi ada. So you must not be like that. And once you reach a certain level up, the third A nak kena manage is managing altitude. This is often not so easy. How do you handle power? How do you handle macam-macam lah. Time, commitment, this kind of thing lah. So ada lah kaedah-kaedah dia. But I just wanted to give you a framework, the 3A's framework. Next. Often we talk about leadership, whereas what we actually should be teaching as well, Prof, pada saya, ialah bukan leadership, tetapi followership. Have you heard of followership? Ada orang ajar followership. How to be a good follower, not just how to be a good leader. Because to be a good leader, you got to be a good follower first. Important, seriously. And if you think about it, how many of us actually become real big leaders? All of us are the boss. Okay, so you got to learn how to be a good follower. But actually, there's one concept that covers both leadership and followership. The answer is stewardship, basically. Amanah. So amanah tu, konsep amanah ni, as you know, dia maksudnya whatever kita ada ni bukan really ours. Power ke, harta ke, is part of a bigger thing. So I want you to remember. Kalau saya kupaskan next one. Next slide. Okay. Me and my colleagues di Katana, at least once a year lah, we sit down and try to puasa lah usually. So happened in my farewell letter when I left Katana, this is the one verse I quoted because of the verse that we were thinking about. Ya, ini surah An-Nisa ayat 58. Dan Allah Ta'ala berfirman, antaranya dia kata, Allah Ta'ala kata, berikan amanah itu kepada yang ahli. Siapakah yang ahli itu? Ahli itu orang yang layak lah. Yang disebut Qawiyul dan Amin. Ya, fit and proper, capable and with integrity dan sebagainya. Dan tugas ahli yang memegang amanah itu berlaku adil. And this is, I would like to remind you as you go through your careers, especially careers in finance. You're handling duit. You have to be very careful. Not just the laws, but your own conscience, how you manage it. Because you pemegang amanah actually. And this is it actually. And this is one of the key ayat lah actually. Okay. Next. Then we talk about purpose. I'm sure this audience, I don't have to talk too much. Sometimes I give this talk, various parts of the world even. And a lot of people are looking for purpose. Apakah itu meaning dan purpose? Sometimes you wonder, but here I try to explain this through trying to define 3 key relationships. Every insan, every manusia ada. Yang pertama, our relationship with our creator. For us is very clear lah. Kan kita orang Islam, we know kita dah ada din apa semua. Yang kedua is our relationship among each other, to our fellow men and women. For example, benda tu pun situational. Saya sebagai I'm anak lelaki, I'm a son, I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a boss, I'm a subordinate. They are the situational. But all of that is the first one, the correct relationship. We are a servant of Allah. The second relationship is to be of service. Famous hadith, the best among us are those who are most useful to others. Insan yang paling baik adalah insan yang paling berguna pada insan lain. And this we must all strive to do. This is part of our journey. And the third one is our relationship with other creation. Ini sebagai steward lah. So 3S, servant, service, steward. 3K, khadam, khidmat, dan juga khalifah. And this, you have to find what this exactly means in what balance for you, which is the final point I wanted to make. You have to go through your journey, next slide, by finding the balance. Nak seimbang kan? By now, ada cakap macam-macam lah. Earlier pun kita dengar lecture kan. The issue as you embark on your journeys, ladies and gentlemen, you will need to remember how to balance. I know dunia sekarang ni macam-macam. You kena balance kerjaya lah, family lah, nanti boleh kahwin, anak-anak lah, in-law lah, macam-macam dan kewangan lagi, ni itu apa semua. So macam ni kita nak balance. Broadly, pada saya ada 3 things you kena balance. So maybe I like to think this through sebagai hidup tu, perjalanan tu sebagai satu ibadah, kan? Bukanlah saya jadi ustaz ke apa, tetapi the first one clearly lah, kita ada tata cara hidup through our own religion, our deen, and you can say this is our first masjid. Alhamdulillah, sebagai the biggest gift, kita ada sembahyang, bila masa puasa, puasa, bayar zakat, siapa yang kena bayar, kalau mampu pergi naik haji dan sebagainya, right? But usually your family is not a coincidence. Orang Melayu kata bina masjid means you build a family. May you find the right life partners and build, because Quran kata ini adalah a source of rahmah, sakinah, rahmah, mawaddah. Pernah dengar kan ayat ni? Dalam surah Al-Hajj, tranquility, peace and mercy. And believe me, I think I cannot do whatever I do if not for my family, my wife. I don't mind sharing, she's not here, so I can praise her extra. Bila saya first kahwin, she was an architect. She was earning several times more than me. So I don't know why she married me. Alhamdulillah. Because saya that time, lembaga elektrik negara lah, we had to follow very strict pay scale, and took me 9 years to get my first promotion. Somebody had to retire or die or something like that, baru dah ada vacancy. But when our second daughter was born, my wife, we berpakat lah. We decided that dia jaga budak-budak, saya kena kerja lebih lah. Itu saya keluar kerja dengan bank di luar and so on so forth. And I think my career will probably not have taken off had this part of my life not been in place, to be honest. But there's also a third masjid, if you like, which is your work, your kerjaya. Finding that balance, guys, is something you kena pandai-pandai. Banyak bincang, banyak berpakat, kena banyak sabar dan sebagainya. So I wanted to end on that. Next is Bila. So to recap, we live in financial times, and finance needs good stewards. You can be part of that. There's finance everywhere. It is possible, indeed, a required need to strive for best of all worlds. You can have profit, you can have purpose. You can do finance for society. You can build through value, you can build and building through values. Therefore, manage your professional and personal leadership journey. Orang kata carpe diem, seize the day. InsyaAllah, may you find the right path. Saya doakan kejayaan adik-adik sekalian, dan sekali lagi terima kasih to SC and UiTM. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Guru, for enlightening us with country's beautiful journey. So if there is any question from the floor, senangnya kita nak dapat Tan Sri bersama-sama dengan kita.
I'm sorry if I took too much. How much time do we have now?
It's okay.
Okay. Sila.
Yes. Assalamualaikum Tan Sri.
Assalamualaikum. Siapa nama?
Nama saya Muhammad Haikal bin Asabuddin.
Muhammad Haikal. Okay.
I want to ask Tan Sri, in your opinion, Tan Sri, how does capital market can increase the investor as right now? How I can see with my friends that who's not in the finance, who is just like in computer science or like in communication or everything like that, they have some big ragu-ragu with the finance industry, how they are working, and like they're more for like is it haram? Is it halal like that? So And is it worth to think about it? And so Tasri that work in Katana have been in the Islamic finance. So I want to know how does to explain to those people and how to attract them to say that there is a halal version of the finance in the market. That's all. Thank you.
Terima kasih Akal. Tapi soalan yang sangat baik. I'm so happy that you are asking an ethical question. Pasal kawan-kawan ni pun tanya kan, adakah ni halal, dia ragu-ragu lah sikit kan, something like that. The fact that you bertanya tu, as I said, I think is a very good sign and a very good need. As I mentioned, finance is everywhere. Finance is everywhere kan. I try to make the case, I kata kalau dalam bola pun ada finance. Betul tak? Politik pun ada finance, politik wang kan. Sometimes you're not supposed to be there kan, tapi ada. So like all things, teknologi pun ada yang haram, ada yang tak betul, ada yang harus, ada yang halal, ada yang lebih daripada halal, baik juga kan, yang memang kebaikan, apa yang saya sebut tadi sebagai taib, lebih daripada halal kan. Jadi, so finance is no exception. But also I make the case, there are certain things that move the world. Tadi yang 7 mega trend kan, antaranya teknologi, antaranya demografi, antaranya geopolitik, antaranya finance. So adakah teknologi, for example, if your friend are engineers, betul, they can go in that field, sama ada digital ataupun biotech, biomed dan sebagainya kan. These are very important fields. Many of these are actually fardu kifayah. Somebody in our society kena buat. Finance must proper lah, in a way kan. Hingga this is the field I know lah. Yang lain tu tahu lah sikit-sikit, tapi this is the field that I know. So my answer to you is yes, there is a halal way through the Islamic financial system. If you were to live in, I don't know, Germany, which is a big developed country, or even Switzerland, mungkin the halal sector kurang kan. Ada lah, tapi kurang lah kan. But here you are in Malaysia. This is yang kewangan Islam yang terunggul di dunia. Having said that, by a lot of statistics, I mentioned tadi, the total stock of financial assets in the world is 418 trillion. Islamic finance, by some measure, is 4.8 trillion, 4.5, about 1%. I dispute a bit the calculation of that 1%. The reason is, for example, banyak kita ambil Islamic banking asset, sukuk asset, adalah some of the, but a lot of the equities, for example, what about zakat, wakaf, not included in the current measurement. Is one of the things that we are looking at dalam our work on this. Jadi, dia punya growth tu banyak lagi. And more importantly, kalau you are passionate, you are willing to spend time, look at that, insyaAllah, I think banyak. One of the things, I'm sharing is INSEAD, which is the university untuk, it's a graduate university lah, mostly untuk Islamic finance, di bawah naungan Bank Negara. Jadi INSEAD stands for International Center for Islamic Finance. Jadi kita pun diiktiraf is probably one of, if not the best. Jadi, so the short answer is ada, but we need to work at it. So ramai yang rasa even kewangan Islam, I can talk quite openly on this. Dan bagus, 40 tahun halal ekosistem ada, tapi kadang orang kata apa beza ni? Dan saya kena ni kata, dia orang ramai tanya apa beza? Saya pun dulu tanya, apa beza? Pasal apa lagi mahal? Kalau banker tu macam-macam, saya kadang semua orang nak muncul kan. Semua nak buat sukuk ni, sukuk tu jangan sukuk. Ada seorang tu masuk, dia kata ni, dia cantik lah, dia punya PowerPoint, lepas tu dia kata Tan Sri kena ada link to LIBOR. Dia kata pasal apa dia LIBOR? LIBOR tu dia interest rate kan. Dan dia tukar jadi LIBOR. Dia kata LIBOR serupa lah, lebih kurang kan. Satu beza je. So last time I kata, you don't come back until you come and show me something without LIBOR. Pening kepala dia. Kata I charge the fee. So I gave him the idea. We created an exchangeable sukuk on Telecom Malaysia using the dividend rate of Telecom as the pricing mechanism. That 117 award, by the way. Apalah, award is one thing. But my point is, kalau you sell, you don't take, orang kata halal, you kena check.
So people like you and others will need to push the boundary. So the journey I'm trying, the mantra is to move daripada halal, alhamdulillah, bagus. Orang yang sebelum ni, 40-60 tahun dah deal. By the way, kita 600 tahun kalau you go back to 1511. Do you know what is 1511? Bohong yang Kota Melaka. So that means zaman colonialism, we've been so only about 10-15% of our time is as an independent nation. Baru lagi, the journey is long. The journey is long. We have all the tools dalam Islamic finance ni. And also the non-Islamic side pun, the SDG, ESG movement, walaupun saya joke pasal MSG, tapi actually ada hasrat. The non-Muslim side, they want to do better. They recognize there are problems in finance, which is good. So to me, these are our allies. Kita kerjakan. So mudah-mudahan. You're doing bidang apa? Finance. Okay. Mudah-mudahan. Terima kasih.
Hello, my name is Sarf Irani. So I would like to ask, could you please explain the procedure you implement when determining the company's value?
Wow, ini kena bagi separate lecture. How to determine the company's value? Okay. Actually, what? No, I didn't catch the full name. No, this triggered my thinking to the time when masa saya di Kazana, we started a project more than 10 years ago called Project Kronos. Nama dia Kronos lah, itu project name, which basically tries to measure yang saya sebut sebagai true value, nilai sejati. So kalau I throw you a few aspects of valuation or value. Yang pertama will be market value. So market value kalau public listed company, whatever is the share price, that's the market value lah. Of course, the STE, among their job is to regulate to make sure the integrity of the market, the price discovery mechanism is not tampered with lah. Tak ada trading, tak ada manipulation dan sebagainya. So that's market value, right? But the market value may or may not be the same as the intrinsic financial value, if I can call that. So kalau dibuka buku-buku tentang valuation, usually they will talk about fundamentals. Pernah dengar cerita you all in finance, in investing, the issue of investment fundamentals, typically earnings, for example, berapa profit dia, typically cash flow, typically what is their gearing levels dalam capital structure. So usually people do a discounted cash flow, for example, as a means to measure intrinsic value. Sebagai contoh lah, I don't know what is Tenaga Nasional punya market cap today is 60-70 billion, katalah 65 billion, ambil contoh. Tetapi financial analyst like saya dulu, pasal kerja saya jadi investment analyst, or asset owners macam Kazana was major shareholder, kita ada kita punya own calculation. We think the market valuing tenaga at 65 billion, tapi we think it's actually worth 80 billion. Sebagai contoh. Why? Because kita tengok dia punya prospect dan sebagainya. And you know what happened, right? If you think if the market is 65 but you think it's 80, what do? You buy, right? Because they undervalue. Kalau the other way around, dia 80 billion, tapi you think dia 65 billion, and you ada share dia, you buy. You jual lah. Right? Short selling long story. You can some people short sell, and you don't own the shares. Okay? Now, whether the market will actually move to dia punya intrinsic financial value is another matter altogether. Kadang you betul, actually, you punya theory betul, tapi market tak move juga. This happens. For various reasons. There are other things that used to be not in financial, for example, liquidity flows. Or suddenly ada perang dekat, I don't know, Ukraine or something. Or harga minyak, Middle East ada problem and so on. Jadi, so what we went on to do was to also measure what we call true value by looking at, in this case, tenaga. We asked, are they doing this in a way that, for example, they're burning too much fossil fuel? Should their renewable energy be higher? Are their supplier base properly built? how are they treating their staff. For companies and manufacturing, for example, how they are treating labor. These are ethical, environmental conditions. In fact, a lot of that work was even before the ESG movement. Then we say actually 65 billion, it should be 70 billion, katakan saja, tetapi kalau you tolak that they're not doing enough, it's actually worth 55 billion. In fact, this happened. Tenaga, in my view, is probably underrated because their RE, renewable energy, is too low. It's only, I don't know, 4% or something. If they were 10, 15, 20%, their valuation is probably going to be higher because of this consider. Similarly, Top Glass, you saw that because of labor issue, it was down. So hopefully I've given you some dimensions of value. Because value only, it can vary depending on your outlook. My view is that you have to look at true value, which is the third part, the tiga kunci, financial, strategic, societal. Hopefully that answers, no?
Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Assalamualaikum Jasri. My name is Muhammad Arif Aiman bin Muhammad Safwan. So
Muhammad Arif.
I'm sorry for asking this.
Don't be sorry.
Maybe most of us have saving in tabung haji. So as we know that tabung haji now the dividend rate for 2022 is 3.10%. So and compared to 2015, 2016, the dividend was 5% and plus bonus. So what's your expectation for 2023 dividend rate with current economic situation? But I don't know the economic situation is bad or good because belah sini kata okay, belah sini kata tak okay current situation. So,
okay. Yeah, terima kasih Arif. Now I know why you say I'm very thank you, very polite. It is true tahun 2022 bahkan tahun 2020 jelah tahun yang baru ni lah untuk tahun 2022 memang 3.1%. Tapi Arif, I think you know kan, tabung haji bila dia melabur. Yang pertama, of course, syariah compliant lah. Itu yang lain pun syariah compliant. Tapi kita zakat, kita dah lunaskan. So, zakat, usually orang calculate 3.1, dia campur balik 2.5, you get 5.5, 5.6. It's roughly, actually, it's slightly higher than some of the other funds like PNB or even BPF in syariah. So, I think it's competitive. It is true kalau you compare dengan 7-8 tahun dahulu memang rendah compared to dulu. But at the same time, mungkin Arif tahu tabung haji went through a period before my time. I was sending to actually be part of the work to restructure tabung haji. Ada Suruhanjaya Diraja to look at the affairs of tabung haji. Antaranya was probably, I think we can say now, that they were giving up dividends that were too high, that they could not afford. And this is the fact. Bukan, of course, kita nak tolong. At the same time, as you know, some of the return di tabung haji ini, dia guna untuk membantu bantuan haji dan tempat-tempat lain. Dia bayar zakat satu. So, insyaAllah, you punya hasil daripada tabung haji itu dah diperbersihkan lalu zakat. Bukan kata tempat lain tapi tempat kita insyaAllah confirm ada. So we think that rate is acceptable. Sure, people are comparing dengan dulu. Tinggal dulu tu, as I said, was not a sustainable rate. And we've put the last few years to reset the rate to a more proper level. That's my view. Tapi lebih dari itu, remember, kita ni tabung haji, tabung untuk nak pergi naik haji. Kalau nak dividen tinggi, itu mungkin bukan nafasnya. Kita nak kena preserve capital, nak jaga, nak grow, nak kena cara syariah compliant, nak bayar zakat dan satu rate yang acceptable. Saya harap dapat jawab sedikit banyak. Terima kasih.
Alright, any more question? Okay, we can take one more last question.
I can take 2 or 3 saya jamak kan. Yeah.
Oh, no. Sure, that's right.
Actually, I like to present.
Your name is?
My name is Mardia.
Sorry, Mardia.
Mardia.
Okay.
And personally, I would like to thank you for the very insightful and inspiring session. So it has been earlier this year, it has been reported that the cost of living is increasing due to the global inflation. My question is, what can Tabung Haji do to mitigate this issue in order to help our people? That's all for me. Thank you.
Sure, nanti saya kumpulkan dulu. Sila.
Alright, so hi, so my name is Nadia Gibson. So my question for today is,
Sorry, your name again?
Nadira.
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 Nadira, sorry ya.
Yeah.
Saya pendengaran kurang.
Alright, so my question for today is, throughout your career in this investment industry, what is the most significant challenge that you have ever faced? And maybe like you can share your experience, particularly during the pandemic maybe, and it's a project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Sila.
Hi, my name is Amani and I'm from finance course.
Amani.
Yes.
Okay.
So is there any difference, my question is there any difference in the chairman of Tabung Haji and Khazanah in terms of the challenges?
Okay. Terima kasih. Okay, I will answer them together. Nadia, to the question of inflasi, which is true, the last 3-4 tahun, the average inflation of haji is 11.2%. Termasuk, for example, I don't know, the Saudi Arabia, they ada VAT. The VAT, first of all, ada VAT, which is some people find a little bit odd because dia banyak minyak kan, tetapi kena ada VAT. Itu macam GST lah, itu nampak Malaysia kan. And then the VAT went up from 5% to 15%, which actually wherever we incur, attracts VAT, termasuk hotel, termasuk makanan, and other services. So that is not really within our control. So but your question is right. What is within our control, we try to do and secure, termasuk, for example, secure long-term accommodation. Walaupun ada cabaran dia lah. Undang-undang di Saudi, kita tak boleh own, kita tak boleh pegang ownership of property. We have to go through third party, etc. Kadang ni lah, ada case, legal case dan sebagainya. Although this is changing. But having said that, we try to maintain the cost low by booking in advance, way in advance, bertahun-tahun in advance. Itu satu contoh. Yang kedua, you can see lah, kalau you compare Tawaji, walaupun memang benda itu mendadak naik, because of the underlying inflationary pressure. Tapi kalau you tengok our cost compared to Indonesia sebagai contoh, ours about the same, tapi dia punya value dia kena duduk jauh. Sebagai contoh, Indonesia typically jemaah dia antara 2 hingga 4 km away. Kita punya SOP masih within 1 km. The furthest is 900 meters daripada Masjidil Haram. Then antara kaedah that we are looking at, and I've made this public, so I can share this, is apabila 60 tahun tu, we are now working on trying to create a wakaf to own, because I own directly susah. And I started discussion dengan the Saudi authorities for us, Tabung Haji, and Malaysia to actually own properties through a wakaf structure actually. So because this is ada 2 or 3 objectives lah. Yang pertama ialah this will at least hold back some of the inflationary pressure. Bukan aja inflation. Kalau kita pergi kota suci sekarang, tanah suci sama ada di Mekah atau di Madinah, as you can see, the development mix tu semakin lama semakin mewah. Semakin mewah. Ini bukan kerja kami, we cannot even own. So today, for example, within 1 kilometer, the 3-star dah tak ada dah. 4-star pun dah tak banyak. Lama kelamaan nanti 5 or 6-star saja. Jadi orang even the M40 is struggling to go je. B40 lagi lah. Our subsidy, by the way, last year B40 was 64%. Kita bukan tak nak tolong, tapi ada bab ibadah lagi. Ibadah hukum asal dia, haji, istita'ah, kemampuan. Kena ingat. In fact, last year kita bila beritahu jemaah, lebih kurang 400 orang jemaah daripada 31,600 yang pergi, dia secara sukarela dia layak menerima bantuan subsidi tapi dia tak ada, dia tak ambil. Which is actually that means, bukan kata yang lain tu tak boleh ambil, boleh lah, tapi yang ni lebih baik kalau dia sendiri, dia faham. So bila ada wakaf structure tu, tabung haji sebagai apa yang disebut sebagai mutawali, dia ada managers, kita boleh buat. So ni, we are looking at that as one of the measures, but other measures we pun continue. Nadira, if I may, the most significant challenge masa di Khazanah, well, you can see, alhamdulillah lah, overall dari segi portfolio, alhamdulillah lah, it grew 3.5, almost 4 times actually, over 14 tahun. But within that, of course, in the portfolio, ada some parts you were not successful. I think probably the most public one and the most difficult, and I tried very hard, was Malaysia Airlines, as you know. Macam-macam kita cuba. Long story lah, dapat lecture sampai bila kehilangan 2 kapal terbang, that was very tough. Tahun 2014, jadi bulan March, kemudian bulan Julai, the space of 3-4 months. That was a very tough year. And of course, from a financial standpoint, but of course, this is more than financial. Tapi alhamdulillah, today I hear, they masih belum out of the woods. Adalah some improvement still more to do. Pandemic, well, like everybody else, alhamdulillah, we got through it, and it was actually a good period to, I suppose, reset masing-masing. Mudah-mudahan mendapat itu. Okay, Amani, the last one yang saya cuba jawab, apa beza antara chairman tabung haji dengan CEO Khazanah? First of all, perbezaan antara chairman dan CEO lain. Chairman dia chairman lah, dan non-executive chairman. Kalau happy kan, micromanage, FC malah. Kalau yang dikata governance, the chairman is like a steward. So dia kena bagi direction, dia kena be a check and balance, dia kena room, manage, give a cover to your CEO, to your management team. They can manage a lot of external relations. But a CEO, basically, as the name suggests, chief executive, they can execute. Kerja dia execute lah, manage. And any organization, this relationship between chairman and CEO is probably one of, if not the most important relationship. They must work in tandem. A lot of companies fail. This relationship, dia tak ngam lah, ramai. Jadi, having been a former CEO, kadang jadi chairman ni kalau boleh problem juga. Sometimes chairman yang former CEO, bila dia retire too early, dia masih banyak tenaga. Sometimes they have to adjust lah. Kita pun kena adjust. So, I would say, in this case, I'm sharing a few things lah. So, I got no time to go too deep into anyone lah. But alhamdulillah, there's a lot of not my CEOs, a good CEO lah, alhamdulillah. Sorry, I see a hand there. Sure, boleh. Okay. Okay.
My God, that's really Nadira from finance. So
Nadira.
Dalila.
Thank you.
So my question is, how do you relate current Islamic finance operations with Maqasid Syariah? And if the operations have passed all 5 Maqasid Syariah, briefly, in what way would you improve to achieve halal and thayyiban as you mentioned earlier? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think a good question to end on. As I mentioned, my view is a lot of work, effort, good intent went into the creation of the Islamic finance system that we see today, over a period of 40 to 60 years at least, depending how we count. Nonetheless, we accept, we means kita lah as a whole, that kita tak boleh sit still. Apabila 40 years ago, can you imagine masa Bank Islam first buat, dia first bank, Islamic money market tak ada. Macam-macam tak ada lah. In fact, I remember, I was a young accountant di LLM, saya pun berkobar-kobar lah. Saya start account dekat Bank Islam, pusat Islam, 1983-84 lebih kurang. Every time I had to drive, because dia tak ada ATM, at that time dia tak ada ATM. For 3-4 years I had to drive to cash a check for RM7 something like that. Dia tak ada ATM. After a while, bukanlah kata I give up, but I kept my main bank account open lah, federal. But this is what they have to deal with. As I mentioned, imagine dekat 600 tahun actually, from the time of colonial rule, etc. So we are swimming in a system of riba. Jadi dia kena memang gradual, tetapi at that time the argument hujah dia is darurat kan, atas dasar darurat, atas dasar maslahah, the public good, we are doing all these things. Time has moved on. Now the time, as you rightly say, kita kena move, kita maintain halal tu, bahkan kita perbaikikan lagi, tapi kita tambah lagi. Setaiban tu antara dia definition is definitely lebih mirip kepada the objectives of the syariah. Makasih syariah kan, 5 tu dia punya objektif tadi lah, protection of deen, protection of keturunan dan sebagainya, protection of life, harta, satu lagi dari itu, 5 tu kan. Okay, jadi so fire is part of that actually. Dalam nanti we will come up with a report. We're working on it now dengan ISRA, dengan we're looking at the SE framework dan harap the PPI framework di mana. Antara contoh, sebagai contoh lah, one of the people we're working with ialah lembaga zakat negeri Kedah. Just to give you an example. Berapa orang Kedah kat sini? Kedah. Oh. So saya the last 1 month 3 kali saya pergi ke Adostak dengan
And what you need to do starting from now, whether you're on the right track or not, that is something that you will need to determine as well. So we have here our experts in the house. Let's go down the line. I want to ask each of our speakers to introduce yourself. How did you enter into the finance sector? Okay, what did you graduate in? What did you read back in university? And also, what is it that you do now, presently? Right, I'll go to Ms. Tracy first.
Hello, very good afternoon. First of all, thank you UiTM for inviting me here to today's session. I think I'm really glad to be in person to meet the future talents, that's going to be graduated and to join the workforce. Okay, briefly, actually I'm a local graduate. I actually graduated in science in Malaysia. So what does it mean? It means, right, local talent, you can and you can end up at the highest and the insight that I want to share today. It is possible, especially for ladies in this room. Yeah, and I think you can see there's no gender discrimination in Malaysia. We do have women leaders, so I'm one of your leading example. So. So to start off with, actually, my original ambition is, like all parents, there is this myth, in career. You want to have a successful career, you need to be in a noble, traditional profession, like say a doctor, lawyers, right? So that's what my parents want me to be. They asked me to be a doctor. So it's a noble profession, and I had that ambition for many years, all the way until Form 5. Then I thought, okay, so I should do internship, right? So while waiting for Form 6, I actually did a practical training in a clinic, and guess what? I fainted. Because, it's different. It's noble profession, you wear the white coat, but what happens is you've got to be able to stomach the illness, the sickness, right, and the blood. So that is reality. So that is cold hard truth. No matter how much I like the idea of wearing the white coat, I couldn't do it because I don't have that strength, to face blood. So because of that, that's why I changed my ambition and I joined financial industry. And then I said, okay, I want to wear nice clothes, I want to be in aircon. So what works? Of course, banking. And I started my career in a commercial bank. I moved up from Ban Hing Lee to Standard Chartered. And throughout, I was trying various positions from trade finance, remittance, branches. I learned about credit, but I'm still struggling. I don't know what I want. I know I got aircon, I got nice clothes, but that's not all. You got to think about where you want to end up. And that's when I realized, for Malaysia, the capital market started, the bond market, where, we are trying to create Islamic hub. We are trying to be a leader to issue sukuk. Then I said, okay, I may want to go into capital market. How do I do that? Which means I have to do it and join a merchant banking. So I took a pay cut. Actually, when I was in Standard Chartered, I was already a manager. But because I don't have the experience in capital market, so I took a pay cut. I joined Api Merchant as a junior officer. So I actually started back, right? Set back 3 years. But from there on, of course, you learn like what all the speakers said. You can afford to make mistakes. You can still afford to learn. And I think I did that. And over the years, of course, I never look back. And from Api Merchant, of course, I moved to CNB. And I think that's where I met Datuk Zain. We were colleagues. And we had many years of, working together, enjoying the challenges and all that. And I was in a comfort zone because I was there for 20 years and I didn't want to move because it's like, you know everything. But I realized if you don't embrace change, right, challenge, you don't know. Is that all you have to? I was a managing director of a coverage and I thought that's it. But of course, when opportunity arises, as what Tan Sri Asman said, when there is an opportunity, then you got to take up the challenge. So I joined M Investment Bank as Deputy CEO, and in 3 months' time, I was asked to step up as CEO, and time flies. Without knowing it, I'm already in my 4th year. So that's my career.
Wow. You're doing it at the right place, by the way. But it made you realize, it gave you a realization that this is not for me. This is not for me, and eventually you found your path. What it is it that fulfills you and rewards you. It's amazing. And Mr. Shari, what about you? How was your career journey like?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you firstly to SNEC and SC as well as UiTM for inviting me here. Maybe my career development was not as exciting as Tracy. I think mine is a bit more straightforward. Okay, first of all, I was one of those lucky ones in early 90s where I got a scholarship from the government to study abroad. So I took accounting and financial analysis as my degree, although that was not really what I wanted to do. In my heart, I actually wanted to be an engineer, but parents of baby boomer kind of parents, and I'm a Gen X, they basically tell me, no, you're going to do doctor, lawyer, or accountant. That's it. So you are lucky. I think your parents would be a Gen X right now, I think. So maybe your parents not push you good. But anyway, I came back after my degree, and I still don't know what I want to do, because in my heart I wanted to be an engineer, but my qualifications is accounting and financial analysis. And I just applied applications, just threw applications around in KL especially, and luckily enough, I got an offer from almost all the big investment banks at the time, CIMB and Investment, to do corporate finance. But on the very last day of actually going to CIMB, I got an offer from SC. And what drew me to SC was actually their training programs. They have a lot of training programs, and I felt that, maybe I should do national service since the government paid for my education, right? So then they also transferred my contract to SC, and basically I served SC for 15 years, doing various areas and positions. In fact, I was under Dato' Zain's division before he came over, doing IPOs and takeovers and mergers. So I still actually did not know what I wanted to do, even though I was already in SC. And then luckily enough, the various transfers within the SC, I finally focused on the fund management, and be it at the developmental stage, be it at the supervision stage, and I thought, okay, this is what I like, and I'm going to pursue this. And after 15 years of serving the SC, I decided to go to the private sector. 15 years of national service, okay lah, sudah bersati kan, they paid for my education. So I went to what used to be Aham Asset Management, and that was about 12 years ago, and I've been in that organization since then. And what I do now in Aham Asset Management is really just doing a lot of compliance-related work, legal, as well as risk management. So if you recall what I did as a degree, which is accounting and financial analysis. Sorry, I did accounting and financial analysis, but now, in fact, from day one of my career, it has never been really accounting and financial analysis. So I think even though most of you are in the business faculty, right, and you are either doing economics, business, or financial analysis, or whatever not, the degree is really just a stepping stone. And I think Tan Sri also mentioned just now that it's the start. But what's important is what you can deliver after you start working. It's your skills, your knowledge, your experience. So yeah, that's my career.
And attitude as well. Attitude.
Attitude,
yes. I can attest
Aptitude and attitude.
Aptitude and attitude. I can attest to what you said just now, Mr. Shahrin. My background is in law. I was supposed to become a lawyer, but I am not practicing. I've gone into a completely different industry. So once again, I want to reiterate that degree or that diploma is very important. It's a passport to whatever you want to do, but make sure that you don't confine yourself to one area once you've graduated. There is, the future is there for you, and it's a big playground out there. So yes, Mr. Calvin.
First of all, I would like to say thank you for having me here. Thanks to SIDC, UITM. One thing I really need to point out, I've been to a lot of unis, and this is one of the biggest turnout I've ever seen. Bravo to all of you. Okay, let's start with my very short career. I actually graduated from University of Technology, Sydney, in short UTS. Talking about my career, I think after hearing from Tracy and Shahrin, I think mine is pretty boring. Yeah, but already half of my life was already in the capital market. Let me share this. I have actually 3 uncles, 2 aunties who are remisers, right? My dad himself, a heavy trader, stocks. Yeah. So somehow I got influenced since a very young age. Actually, I see through the 1997 crisis. Managed to get my hands on 1 year after that. And after that, instead of going to equity, I decided why not derivatives futures. Futures in Malaysia, I think since we have quite a number of people here, I kind of believe that not many actually know what futures are all about. So it was the case 20 years ago. In fact, it was much worse. When I say futures, they will say, what that? Go future, no? Futures or future? I think that's the same question I always get. The futures have future. No? Then I say, look at me. I've been this like 20 years now. If there's no future, I wouldn't be staying in futures, right? Okay. So the main journey has been very interesting. I started my career with Huang DBS. That was 20 years ago. I was based in Shah, in fact, Section 9. I left in 2012, went to Jeff Apex for 7 years, and after that Hong Leong, and after one big round, I'm back in Afid Huang in Senai. So back to my second home, and back to my home basically. So yes, my focus always have been futures, but I've been given the opportunity now, these 2 years plus. I'm actually entering to equity as well, helping out my bosses and management with other things, not only on focusing on futures. So yeah, hopefully you can share more about this later on what futures are about. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, exactly. My question as well, there's something called futures market, right? Futures industry. What is that exactly? Maybe you can like a little bit on that?
Yeah, sure. Futures is actually, if you put it in layman's term, we are actually predicting a price of underlying assets in later months or years. For instance, let's say the recent most popular product traded inflation probably rise. Yeah, a few months back, I think it came a newspaper already talking about the high price of the rise and shortage of rise and all this. So, example, if we think that the price of rice can increase in next 3 to 6 months, you cannot be stocking up your physical rice at home in multiple of 10 kgs. Maybe you want to buy 10 kg, 10 packets of 10 kg with 100 kg. How long are you going to do? How long you need to finish consume it? So what you're going to do in futures is you can buy a contract in futures for a 3 months later delivery or 6 months later delivery at a specified price at current level. Which means like today is November 28, I can buy a price of 10 kg rice at let's say 40 ringgit, lock in. Even 3 months later, if the price went up to 60, I'm still buying at 40 instead of 60 from the market. So that's how it hedge, we call it.
Right. Okay, I think our attendees today, are you all from the Faculty of Business and Management, or do we have students from other faculties as well? Or most of you are from, okay. And I think our speakers today, what you graduated in has something to do with the finance sector, or has some correlation. So right now we have students who are considering what kind of career to embark on when they graduate. Can you enlighten us? I'll start with Tracy. Let us know what are the elements or factors that need to be considered when looking up for a career. This could be in general, or this could be about a career in capital markets. What is it that they need to know? And also, if there are any misconceptions, you mentioned that previously, that there are misconceptions out there, maybe there's myths out there that you've heard, and let's debunk those myths right now, right here. Tracy.
Okay, I think, to be honest, I think some of those important characteristics, right, I think the earlier speakers have actually mentioned. But I would like to relate to financial industry because I think the subject matter today is more for capital market. So I guess for talents to join the workforce, to me, no matter how clever you are or what, the most important actually is integrity. Because why we are in an industry where you handle public monies, right? Fund from investors. So key is whoever staff that join the organization. I think as a CEO, I would really want to know whether you have a strong sense of ethics and integrity, because it's very important to make sure the trust and the credibility of the organization is not impacted by the action by the staff. And of course, that is like a prerequisite. And beyond that, of course, I look at it adaptability. Because as you said, we are in a regulated industry. I think we have even investment bank, we have 3 regulators. We have Bank Negara, SC, and Bursa. And it's a very dynamic, changing landscape. You have regulations and guidelines that keep on evolving. So that's why the staff, right, the staff need to be agile. They need to be able to adapt quickly. They bring themselves up to speed on regulatory changes, then give the latest and up-to-date advice to the client. And as what was mentioned by Tan Sri as well, we are in the service industry, we are client-facing, so you may have the technical know-how, but communication skill is very important. It is, I think, one of the prerequisites even, right, for you to pass interview to get into the organization. So you got to be very confident and you got to speak well, so that why? Because in capital market industry, there's a whole lot of financial information. You need to be able to present that in the complicated financial information in a manner that is clear to your client, to the regulators. So those are some of the my views.
Shari, in the finance sector, there are a lot of branches and banyak cabang that one can venture into. And you explained to us just now, it took you a while to find your niche area. How can, what was your advice on how you can begin into finding your forte?
Yeah. Okay, first of all, I think the fact that you did business and finance is already a good stepping stone. Business and finance memang banyak cabang dia. You can be fund managers, you can be stockbroker, you can be, and ultimately become a CFO or a CEO. So memang banyak cabang dia. So for you basically need to do a bit of research as to what exactly is out there. What cabang yang ada dekat luar tu for you to actually focus on. But as mentioned many times, it's okay to make mistakes because sometimes you don't know, you enter into that profession and it's not the one for you. It's okay, tak ada masalah. But the beauty of it is for you now, the new generation, is that you've got so many information available out there. World Wide Web, YouTube, you even have invested. Compared to maybe previous generations, we really do not have such information. We really must soak and just try. But like I mentioned, there's just so many cabang. You just need to know what you want to get into, be prepared, and just dive into it. That's my own personal advice.
But I agree, there's an abundance of resources today, especially in your time. Even in my generation, we did not have this amount of resources where you can look into. Not all sahih, not all are legitimate, but that's for you to also assess for yourself. But yes, you have access to all of that, so use it to your advantage. Mr. Kelvin, now talking about technology. So I think this generation, especially you all, what, Gen Zs, right? Am I right? Yes. So you were born into an era where technology was already at the tip of your fingers, right? Okay, so we're dealing with a different generation that's already emerging into the workforce, going into working and creating their path into their careers. Technology has evolved. They will be using technology. They will need to acquire certain skill sets to be able to move in parallel with the development of technology. So what's your advice, Mr. Kelvin, on how they can keep up to date, keep up with the technology that we have, and how to utilize that in their careers?
Actually, to keep up, right? I think it's not for them, it's more for us. We are the one need to keep up with them. They are really fast, Yeah. So just talk about ChatGPT itself. I mean, it makes life so easy. I see a lot of laughing now. Yeah, homework is so much easier now. Assignment is so much easier. Alright. But true, technology really makes a very big impact to our working life, career, businesses. Even asking ourselves, we are really focusing into digitalization on our businesses. We're gonna have something big next year. I can't expose here anyway. Yes, AI and I call it big data analysis is very important. I'm not sure how much is being covered in uni these days. Not for me, sorry. But then again, I'm sure there are a lot of training courses outside, even within our own organization. We have a lot of courses in terms of AI and digitalization. And I strongly encourage everyone to join. Even myself, I would like to be involved in certain point because, like I said, if either you catch up with you guys or we are out from the market, very soon. We can't be doing things in a conventional way anymore. We'll be so much slower as compared to the modern the younger generation and the modern generation.
Indeed. I would like to open up the floor for a Q&A. So if you have any questions, then you can step up to the mics that we have prepared. Are there any questions right now? Yeah, go ahead. You can, let's hear the questions. Do indicate your name, who the question is for, and what your question is. If you don't have a question yet, I'm going to go to my next question. Do we have one? Yeah? Okay. Please proceed. I'm happy to see, okay, there's a lot more females, I can see. This has to do with my next question for Tracy, actually. Yeah, about diversity in the workplace, but let me hold that question first. All right, please proceed.
Hello, my name is Noor Azira, and I'm from finance. My question is specifically to Mr. Calvin. So, if I'm not mistaken, 2 weeks ago I heard from the news that FCPO prices expect to climb up to 4,000 ringgit. But 3 days ago I read in the news, it said that the FCPO prices will fall due to the high inventory of the US dollars in Indonesia. So my question is the exact trend of CPO, and could you kindly explain your anticipation on the FCPO prices trend for the next year? Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm surprised to get this question here actually. Many people are following FCPO, which I'm very happy actually. Anyway, one advice, do not follow too much of the news of palm oil. Because for futures trading, we are 100% on technical analysis. Fundamental is just for storytelling purposes, right? They will say, oh, after the price move up, actually what happened behind? What you say move up, those is what we are reading in the news, from the news, which is after event. It's too slow, right? But if you were to just follow technical chart itself, whenever you trigger a buy signal, you do a buy. Whenever you trigger a sell signal, you do a short. I can almost guarantee your profit. You just need to be very disciplined, right? News will never end. If you're talking about last year, you would know about the Russian and Ukraine war, and the price jumped to 7,000-8,000. And where is it now? Like you say, 3,800. All these are just speculations that which makes the market move, or which swing the market. But in terms of a quick answer on the forecast, what I can say is really range bound. Markets have been really range bound. I think it'll be between 3,400 to 4,200 for the time being, unless there are some extraordinary events happening. The one we can't predict. Just like I said, the war in Russia and Ukraine last year. These are things that will move the price higher. But at the same time, I also hear you, when they mention higher, of course the price will come down. So yeah, these are the things that will determine the prices. But end of the day, conclusion, go back to technical charts.
All right, thank you, Calvin. Tracy, you mentioned before about how this industry, is dominated by males. And there is that notion, yes, that the capital market industry is dominated by the men. It's an saying, people call it an old boys club, right? But how were you able to break that glass ceiling? As a female, how did you work your way up and climb the corporate ladder?
I think we are blessed, to be honest. I don't think we have, like I said, the gender discrimination, right, in Malaysia. Unlike in some other countries, I mean, that made me recall back my experience in early years in the investment banking, and I remembered I had to go on a Sukuk roadshow to Middle East. So I actually went to Jeddah and Riyadh. I was in my abaya, because that is the standard costume. But it was tough because although you're allowed to enter, but guess what? I cannot walk around. I need a chaperone. I kena ada macam pasangan, suami, to bring me to the meeting place. And even to the meeting place, how to sit with the investors, because they are all men. So I was seated just outside the meeting room, but I can hear, right, whatever that was said, and if there are questions, then if I need to answer, then I have to put my reply, and someone will speak on my behalf. And the same goes for, like, there are certain restaurants that we are not allowed to go in, and we are only going in for family restaurants. So even doesn't talk about Saudi Arabia. I went to Japan, I had a meeting, right? And it was like to be fair, it was a supranational, and guess what? The whole room was all men. There was no woman representation at all in the management. So those were the early years where I felt very daunting. You do feel scared sometimes because you are like alone, but you have to charge on. And I'm glad to say even countries like that, today, you don't face it. Saudi Arabia already liberalized, right? And you can see there's a lot of freedom even for women to go around. So likewise here in Malaysia, we don't even have that. I don't have that issue from onset. That's why I said we are very blessed. And you can see the industry captains today. It's not just me. Even in Merchant Bank, you have Lee Jim Ling, which is chairman of MIBA, and regulators. We have our ex-governors, Tan Sri Zeti, Tan Sri No Samsia, and even SC Tan Sri Zarina in the early days. So that's my answer.
Speaking of challenges, Mr. Sharif, what about you? How challenges you face in this industry, in the sector? Yes, it took you a while to find, the niche that you wanted. But what were the challenges, and what should these students before us should anticipate?
Okay, capital market industry is a very interesting industry. I'm sure here just now Calvin was talking about futures, and then we've got bonds, we've got equities, we've got structured products, unit trusts. We've got so many things, so many underlying assets. So and this industry is very dynamic. It moves very fast. So that's the challenge, to always keep up to date with what's going on. And myself in compliance, regulations change every year. I mean, Securities Commission or Bank Regulation will come up with new practice notes, technical notes, guidance notes, guidelines. So we have to keep up to date all the time. On top of that, what Kelvin also mentioned just now about technology, things are changing. When I started working, there were piles and piles of paper. Now everything is online. And then I used to do compliance by tick boxing things. These days, that's not accepted. It's all system, data, you analyze, you give advice based on those. So yeah, we have to keep updating ourselves, upskilling ourselves with what's going on in the world, and not just Malaysia, it's the world, globally, and always be there, and always be on the lookout for new knowledge. So, like Tansi was saying just now, when you graduate, it's not the end, it's actually the beginning. I totally echo that sentiment. I think I learned more once I started working than when I was doing my degree. So yeah, that's a challenge to keep up to date.
Let's take more questions from the floor. Do we have any more? Can you raise your hand? Let us know your name, who the question is for, and also what your question is. Hello there.
So hello, my name is Arsha. I'm a finance student. So my question is not much related to capital market, but it's more related to career. So since I'm a student athlete, my passion is on football and finance. But I'm still hesitate which one I need to let go, because when we work in capital market sector, I bet it is very hard for us to balance both. So I would like to receive any advice from the expert regarding this matter. Thank you.
Maybe our speakers, thank you for the question. Our speakers can indulge the audience. Your role today, whether you have a work-life balance, I think that's what they want to know. Whether you have time for your passion and hobbies. I know just now Tan Sri was talking about how the many elements that are very important, and that includes family as well. You have a lot of things to juggle, especially in today's era. So how do you do it?
I'll take the question. That's a good question, and it's close to my heart because I'm also a footballer as well as a compliance person. Yeah, it's very tough. I will tell you, it's very tough. So work-life balance is very important, but in your younger years, it's going to be a bit tough as you grow up. Like Tan Sri's graph, the beginning, you have to work hard, and before you actually reach your peak. So you have to make an effort to find time. You cannot just expect, because maybe some companies, they do expect you to work long hours. Maybe some companies, because of the job nature, you have to work long hours. So you have to find time. It's not going to be an easy choice between football and career, but you can actually make that choice. You go for career and then make time for the daily things that you want to do in life. It's very important because you don't want to burn yourself out too early in life.
Good advice. Do we have more questions? All right, let's have another one.
Hello, my name is Adriana. So my question is basically to Mr. Kelvin. I'm interested in derivative market and planning to pursue my career in that industry. So I hear that you have a good education background in that investment. So my question is can you kindly advise or suggest that what can or should I get in order to get a career development in derivative market?
First of all, we really welcome you into derivative market, which is a very niche market. For me, I'm very confident derivatives will grow for the next many years. To kickstart, depending, I'm not sure what's your background like. I mean, as in like, what your level of understanding in terms of investments in stocks or derivatives. One website that I would strongly agree is Bursa. Strongly recommend to be Bursa Marketplace. You get a lot of education information from there. Of course, we also have SIDC. We have the website also full of information. I was just on their website yesterday. We were trying to enroll one of my advisors to take the CCIP program. So, Bursa Marketplace itself, I think we have ample really a lot of information where you will be able to learn. And at the same time, a lot of brokers in Malaysia, even Akin also, we have been participating in a lot of like simulation trading challenge. We just ended one a few months ago. It's called Derivative Virtual Trading Challenge by Bursa, DVTC in short. Moving forward, you're also going to have CME, is Chicago Mercantile Exchange, which is US exchange futures. We're also going to do similar stuff like simulation trading challenge. So these are the ones free of charge for you to learn and way to participate and learn throughout. During the whole campaign, I have my team who are actually assisting in terms of mentoring all our participants. When I say mentoring, it's not as simple as telling you to register and join the competition. We actually provide education in terms of we share with you the YouTube videos, how to trade futures, and also we will guide you in terms of what are the contract specs of each futures product. So from there on, I call it hand-holding. Yeah. So it's a free hand-holding plus education where definitely will improve your knowledge and skills into futures trading. Yeah.
Platform that provides mentorship. It's very important, very crucial. Now, before we wrap up this session, I know we're limited on time, and then to the floor before I close. Yes, please. All right. State your name and who the question is for.
Assalamualaikum and salam lecture. Yeah, again I ask a question. So my question is that, okay, so as we know, AI has been growing in the recently last 1 year, growing so fast. So the information we have is so vast, banyak. Okay, and then we need analysis and risk assessment is important in every market, right? In everywhere we do industry. So my question is, can you enlighten me a bit about what the skill or information that we can do to increase our risk assessment as before we enter the market? So that's the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. It's interesting question actually, but something that memang I would say that me as a chief risk officer at AHAM is also thinking about. Yes, AI is definitely coming, and generative AI is also coming, like ChatGPT and stuff. So it is not something that us as a risk manager would want to stop. We don't want to stop this because this is the future. But what we need to do is identify the controls that we can put in place, and what are, first of all, what are the risks involved, and then ultimately the control, so that what is important to the company, for example, in my case, information about clients' investments, clients' personal data, as long as those information are not somehow or rather known or made available to the generative AI, then we are okay with it. So at the moment, for my company, what we are doing is just raising awareness. We're just raising awareness to all the staff in my company about what are the risks of AI and generative AI. But we're not saying that we're stopping it. So if you ask me whether we have an assessment of it, at the moment we don't. What we're doing, we're just highlighting risks and making sure that controls are in place. I think for me, it's still new for my company. Maybe Tracy or Kelvin may have other inputs.
I think there's this Chinese saying that whenever there's danger, there's opportunity. So I think the approach I have on AI is that you can look at it as a threat, right? Because you can actually cause job loss. But I think for my organization, we want to look at it that it is a tool, right, to leverage on so that we can improve productivity and enhance efficiency. So to be honest, I think my bank just, we are doing a pilot project where certain designated staffs are actually assigned as user for AI under the pilot project with Microsoft, and we want to see whether they can actually use AI for their job. Like let's say if you're a secretary, you've been recording minutes and you you actually record it and then you play back and then you try to draft the minutes. I don't know, but it is so efficient, right? Actually, if you use the AI, even when the meeting is ongoing, straight away, right, it's already recorded in GIS and it has proper English and all that. So where we are looking at it, yes, you may do away with certain, say, support staff with the draft, but you still need human beings. You still need people to review the draft and then edit it right in the right manner. So that's how I look at it, the important. But you're right, Sharin. It cannot be used without control. I think that's important, and I think in the banking industry, I think the cyber security risk, I think is one of the greatest risks we got to manage.
These shining stars that we have in front of us will be very important drivers to the ethical application of AI into what you do, including, of course, the capital market industry. Alvin, would you want to add on to anything to AI? You did mention it earlier. How much of it will be used and applied, or is, what are we starting to see already, the usage of AI?
Yeah, that one is definitely something we can't avoid. Again, like Kitty said, I really concur that when there's a risk, there's always an opportunity. And it's just how you manage your risk and what kind of controls that you're going to place onto it. But at the same time, talking about, I heard about job loss, but at the same time, I'm actually thinking of job creations. You see, there are a lot of huge demand in terms of data analysis, for instance. Yeah, talk about risk management or even cybersecurity. Programmers. These are the people who are highly in demand. I think in all organizations, not only mine. And just want to say, maybe this is also one of those career that students here can consider.
Right, now to conclude this session, I want all of our speakers to answer the theme of the question of this session, which is a career in the capital market. How can you make a difference? How can you make a difference? Perhaps we hear some words of wisdom from our speakers. We'll go down the line. I'll start with Sharon.
How can you make a difference? I don't know. Does anyone have an answer to this?
How can they make it? Or maybe tell us how you feel you made a difference, an impact, to get to where you are today.
Okay. To me, I think everyone here can really make a big difference to our capital market. First of all, in capital market, we need a lot of new innovation initiatives, right? Product itself, it cannot be just staying on just with stocks, futures, bonds, structured warrants. No, you know that, right? I mean, if we have crypto now, that's maybe kind of old now, no more new. So what's next? So you are the one who probably want to think of what's the next big thing in the capital market. To me, that will really make a big difference.
Okay, I think I know what to say. After giving a few seconds. Okay, I think in terms of how you can make a difference, first of all, I think your generation is a very new generation, and your abilities are very different from here, sitting down here. So as we move forward, there's a lot of technology that is being used in the capital market industry as well. Like just now, we're talking about AI and also generative AI. There's a lot more data analytics, there's a lot more data assessment, things like that. So your generation is actually very much into technology. Like Elvin was saying that we are the one that needs to change. You are already there. So you can really make a difference in terms of how we do work, in terms of how we do things moving forward.
Tracy.
Yeah, I think I concur with what Sharon said. Don't be a generalist because there's a lot, and I think there is a mismatch now, even in the financial industry because of the technology. the old guards, they are not equipped. You all are going to join the workforce. So what you need to do is, if you think about it, you need to specialize. You specialize in areas where there is high demand. There's not enough skill set, and technology is one of them. Now we talk about ESG focus, right, in investment banking. So if you have a niche, sustainability officer, become compliance, where, because it is really a big emphasis on that, data analytical. I think these are all the new career paths, and that's where we don't have it, because the old guys don't have that kind of skill set. So that's my advice to you, right? Specialize in a niche area, and there's a lot more opportunities, and you can really go far and realize your full potential.
All right, let's learn from each other. No matter what generation, I think it's a process. And it will take time, but it's possible. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to all of our speakers today. Thank you for a very enlightening, very fruitful discussion. I hope that all the students today, and also your professors and lecturers, feel a little bit more inspired after today's program. And I think we want to wish all of you guys all the best, no matter what path you end up choosing in your career. So yeah, good luck to everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to all the moderator and panelists for insightful sharing session. And now I would like to invite all the panelists and moderators to return back to your seat. Thank you. Professor Dr. Firdaus Abdullah to present a memento of appreciation. To Yang Mulia Tengku Chief Executive Officer, Security Industry Development Corporation, SIPC, on stage. And now I would invite Yang Mulia Tengku Chief Executive Officer, Securities Industry Development Corporation, SIPC, to present a memento of appreciation to Yang Mulia. Thank you very much, Yang Berbahagia Prof, and also Yang Mulia Tengku Zarina. Ladies and gentlemen, the photo session marks the conclusion of today's program, Invested Next Gen Capital Market Talent Career Talk. We want to express our sincere